Tjena gubbar och gummor och alla. Jag ska meddela att Derek Johnson är här och Cornelia är här. Så jag föreslår att vi spar tankar, åsikter om tidigare. Jag har hört lite i ena örat samtidigt här som jag har lyssnat på Derek och Cornelia. Och antecknar vart ni var. Så får vi fortsätta med det efter. Men Derek har begränsat med tid. Så jag vill önska han välkommen och alla andra också. Och vi kör vidare här. Det kör fortfarande live på YouTube på Cornelias live. So take it away, Cornelia and Derek Johnson. Welcome to the space. I am a member of this little community that we are enlightened people over on this side of the pond. So enough of that. Share this space so everyone can hear it. It's recorded. Enough of me. Take it away, Cornelia. Derek, tired.
Thank you so much. And welcome, Derek. This is an ongoing space that we jump into. So there are people here and there are people still on YouTube. So we're going to let Derek make a small short introduction, and then we can start giving him questions. We are so honored and pleased to have you here, Derek, and that you can make the time. Thank you.
Well, it's good to be here. I apologize in advance for my my broken English, so I apologize. But maybe I'll try to speak as clear and as slow as possible.
Feel free, Derek. We have lots of different Swinglish and English, but we also have the community. We are building bridges across the pond. So we have down here in the audience quite a few of our US friends that we share information with and are holding spaces together with. So, and we are honored to have you here. So Derek, please give a quick introduction, because everybody in this space probably know you by name, but might be a little bit, have not seen the full content of your work and so on. So feel free, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, yeah, so my name's Derek Johnson, and I grew up in the southern portion of the United States of America. Most of you probably have either partied to or drank to or something to the song Sweet Home Alabama. So maybe we can connect there even more so. But I was born in Alabama, and I grew up with a family, like I was telling Cornelia earlier, I grew up with a family that's an amazing lineage in my family. Every single body I can trace back to, my dad, my uncle, my great uncles, all my uncles, all entities of uncles, my great grandfather, my grandfather, they're all war veterans. And so we just have an amazing lineage in my little family alone. I have a great uncle who stormed the beaches of Normandy, who earned the Purple Heart that day. And so I just have a great family. I grew up just like most people do in South America. When I say Southern America, the southern portion, I grew up with a Christian family, and I paid attention to details. My dad was a lot older than most people my dad's age, or my age and their fathers. I had a dad who was born of another generation. He was real strict, disciplinary because he was military, and I walked the fine line, basically, if you will. He wasn't abusive or anything of that nature, but he was a disciplinary, structured person, and pushed me hard on education and pushed me hard on my chores and not being lazy. And that was just what wasn't an option in our family. And so I went to college and got a degree. I moved to Nashville, Tennessee, and long story short, I've had 2 Billboard hits in country music. I didn't have the money to compete with the rigged system. It's all a rigged system, and But I've had 2 Billboard hits, been blessed with that. And I'm actually sitting in the spot where I went viral almost a year and a half ago, in the middle of nowhere in the southern region of the U.S. I mean, went viral right here and went globally viral, and that video has stayed globally viral. And it's been a blessing in a different manner because I'm serving beyond my service. I took an oath to the United States Constitution, and you know, it's been butchered, it's been twisted, it's been misconstrued by career politicians for years. They talk big game, but they don't walk it. You know, that's what we're doing. We're taking that back all over the world. It's not just the U.S. So that's kind of my background. I have a master's degree in business from Colorado State University. And so I just, you know, but I don't believe education is in institutions. I believe your Department of Education is between your 2 ears. And you have to have initiative to exercise that. And everybody has it. It's whether if they exercise it or not. But what's taking place is, you know, like I told Cornelia, I mean, it's monumental. It's historical. It's not different and unique, though. This all happened in World War II. Every law and order that's taking place right now is a World War II history repeat, but it's Donald Trump and the world militaries twisting all of the corporation back on them and using their own legislation, using their own laws and orders back on them. So anybody that's in this room that's probably military knows this. The best way you destroy something is inside of it. You go inside of it and disrupt it from the inside. And then you make them go, well, you wrote this. Do you not stand by this? You passed this. Do you not stand by this? And then you show the people that they don't even stand by the own very thing that they passed and they legislated many years ago, a lot of it. Then that's how you dissolve a corporation. That's how you dissolve the Federal Reserve. That's how you dissolve all this agenda that's been put on the world. So I don't know what I don't know what else you want me to say, Cornelia. I'll just go with questions. I don't want to get on my high horse here, you know. But
no, I just want to add this documentary, The Greatest Show on Earth, is based on your research, and you have a website called the Documents. We forgot to say that in the live, so now it's still on. So where can people find you, Derek, and also this documentary that I have done a voiceover, a Swedish voiceover, and that's really important because it's valid for the Swedish government as well, or our war delegation or continuity of government here. Where can people find you?
Well, yeah, so the documents.info, I like to preface with, when I wrote those, I mean, I was obviously living like everybody else was doing. I'm your average everyday American. I'm your average person in the world. I was back in the regular world, out of the military, you know, working on my music. And so I started when President Trump stood on his campaign trail in 2016, and he said some very, very monumental things that I had heard my grandfathers talk about. For example, the 200 generals comment. I have 200 generals backing me and more to come. Well, that was a quote unquote conspiracy theory for years. And anybody in here who's military, and if you're a military connoisseur, you know, you've probably heard that before, where 200 generals said, never again will it happen in this country what happened under JFK. If we have a chance to take it over, we will. Well, guess how many generals commanded World War II from U.S.? 14. 200 generals is a lot of generals, but when people hear generals, they hear individuals. When military personnel hear generals, we hear divisions, commands, all the personnel under them. That can be up to 50,000 soldiers under one command. And so, you know, I wrote all those documents as I was seeing things from 2017, 2018, 2019, all the way to present day. But I hadn't updated the documents since January 2021, except for aircraft. But then when my platform blew up, so all pun intended, mine's a continuity of the documents, not government, but mine's a continuity of documents from my platform. So when you read the documents, it's going to cut off right around March 2021 with aircraft. And then when everything blew up for me on platforms, I started posting the same pictures of aircraft and the orders they're flying under, and here's where you find it, .gov, .mil sites. Now in America, we operate under .gov, which is government, and .mil, which is military. Those are your official links. That ain't some www.DerekJohnsonThinksHeKnowsItAll.net. That's our actual where you find our legislation, where you find our orders, executive orders, where you find everything to do with military and federal government here. So those documents, if I'd have written everything in there that happened from 2017 to 2021, you wouldn't read it. It's already about 800 pages. So it's not going to be perfect from a different standpoint. I put it where it's like nuggets where you go, okay, I got to go look at this. What the heck is this? And then if you already knew about it, then you might not have known about something else that's right next to it, and that's your missing piece. So it's kind of like that. It's all .gov, .mil. And so that's on the documents.info, the documents.info. And then I have my Facebook page is called 1776 Nation. I have a lot of copycats out there. Lord have mercy. I never dreamt all this was going to spawn off all that, but I have a lot of fake profiles, a lot of copycats. So if you're looking up 1776 Nation on Facebook, it's the one with 93,000 followers. On True Social, I'm at Derek Johnson. No periods, spaces, underscores, periods, dots, nothing. Just at DEREK Johnson. Rattletrap 1776, that handle on Rumble, Telegram, and also Twitter here. You got to be careful, though. A lot of the bots out there are putting an extra T, and T in some fonts are real tiny. So there's some adding an extra T. So all of my Rattletrap handles are at Rattletrap 1776. No spaces, no underscores. And then I have DerekJohnsonCountry.com, and I have Rattletrap1776.com. So I have a few things that you can find me at on there, and you can follow me however you like to follow. If you prefer visuals, then I got Rumble, like I said. If you prefer typed up stuff, then you have the documents, and you have stuff I put on Telegram and Facebook that I can actually expand with a lot of material on there. So
yeah. Okay, I think we might take some questions if you want to add. I hope you have been following Derek's this video, and that was just mind-blowing. I remember I sat for weeks and just looking up everything you said. It was really great, because it gave kind of flesh to that we knew about from Q and the military operation and the law and war manual, and then you just gave flesh to everything that we knew and just prepared us with the facts and law and orders, and it makes so much sense to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all, I mean, and I know my first video when I first went viral, I mean, I was more or less hammered down on Americans. If you watch that, I ask people, especially, non-Americans, watch it as me getting down on Americans. Americans are the most complacent people in the world. And I say that because I'm an American. I can say that. So I ask you, if you see that video that put me on the map, I'm coming down on Americans. I'm not coming down on Swedes and different people. Now, what I also tell people is that, look, just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean it's not happening. That's another thing. And that means that God may have another, or whatever you believe out there, the universe, whatever you believe. I'm not trying to interfere on your belief system. But whatever you believe, that just means you have another place in this, because this is a good versus evil. And it's a world operation. It's not just U.S. When President Trump says America first, he don't mean that from a condescending manner and that the hell with everybody else. He's saying that, no, that if you're Sweden, be proud to be Swedish. Stand up for your culture. Stand up for your borders. Stand up for your country. And the hell with all this stuff about talking about people invading. If someone's trying to invade you the wrong way, well, like the old war saying, give them hell. But, we're in a world operation where we're decimating the Federal Reserve as much as possible. President Trump says it. All I do is take his torch and run with it. He says we're going to decimate street crime, 75 and 85%. That's a lot of street crime. He said we're going to tear down bad and ugly buildings. Well, we went from Israel being a music festival being bombed to all of a sudden this war in the Middle East and buildings are being blown up. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump told you that was coming. And then they told you the tunnels. All of a sudden, Israel's all about tunnels. Well, June 24, 2018, the United States military put out a memorandum. They put out that the Army spending $500 million training our soldiers for our next wars will be inside mega cities, but not in them, but beneath them. That's subterranean warfare, ladies and gentlemen. That is what they call a tunnel. Okay, so everything that you saw way back here is being forecasted. And so I like to tell people, like my first video that came, I'm fired up because when it's law and order and it's current and bipartisan, it's not one party. This is not a Republican or conservative thing in America. This is a bipartisan operation. It's all in current bipartisan laws and orders, legislation. And it's obviously military laws and orders and then federal laws and orders, which are separate, but they pair with each other depending on what's going on. It's all outlined there. So I tell people, if you got a problem with me or even my delivery, well, you don't have to follow me. You don't have to listen to me. But I give everybody all the links. I don't tell you how to think, what to think, how to vote, who to vote for. I just say, here's the links, here's the tools, here's what's taking place. It is most certainly happening. It is happening. Now, if you can't comprehend it, I sympathize with you. But you can't say that it ain't happening because you can't comprehend it. That just means you need to find another role and to play somewhere that someone says, hey, I need you to do this. Then you be that patriot and you do that. And you don't have to be an American to be a patriot. This is a world of clean out. And it's all in laws and orders. And these laws and orders support our Constitution in America, but it also supports what we call the humanitarian effort around the world. So it's not just a U.S. thing. And I don't want to speak. I don't want to offend anybody either from that standpoint. I don't care about offending people, but I still care about you from that standpoint that, look, it's not America only, but our Constitution, our laws and orders, if our laws and orders don't support the Constitution, we have a law in America that says it's null and void. And that was a landslide Supreme Court case in 1803. So that's what's taking place is I show people the laws and orders from 2016 to present day, mixed with some from old days that actually are active and still coincide. And I show those that support the Constitution, that support a revolution, that support a world operation that helps everybody, doesn't hurt anybody. So that's the first thing that people have to hear and know is that this helps everybody, don't hurt anybody. But you got to know what you're fighting for and what's taking place in order to make your voices count and also your actions wherever you may be, whatever you're fighting, wherever you are, whomever it is, legislation, you need to know that language. That way you can combat their language that they've been using against us.
Oh yeah, they have. Derek, I'm not speaking for everybody here. I speak for myself as an individual with the limited knowledge and possibility to sort of get a grip on all of this that is happening. And let's say that we have some. When Trump went for the Ericsson company that you and Cornelia discussed in the first episode in 2015 in the upcoming for the 2016 election, of course we reacted positively here because we are since the Second World War and even before that, of course, there is a very tight connection between the Swedish oligarchy and the US oligarchy, and it all will water down to the relations in the Third Reich project, which they were sort of running together with the Warburgs, Rockefeller, Bush, etc., together with the Wallenbergs of Sweden. So those are very connected. We have IG Farben as the sort of the evil hegemony, corporate hegemony, And it all comes down to that period of time when they set the stage for where we are now, or what they have been doing up until now when we are seeing this. So we are very well aware of that. And as far as I can see it as an individual, Sweden and the Sweden oligarchy, the US oligarchy, and meaning also that Sweden and US, we are connected to the hip inside of this very epical times that we are living in. And I really appreciate the work. I have actually read much of it, and I'm trying to grasp all of it, but we have our hands full with trying to sort of help out with rewriting the history of the Second World War as good as we can. MacGregor came out the other day and said we need to rewrite the Scandinavian part of the Second World War history. And we have some very knowledgeable people here on this. We have Marcus down here. I think you should give him a follow. We have Matthias also. We have Mr. Strand. And of course, you will find them in Cornelia's surroundings that are providing very good information. We try to write articles about this. We hold spaces on it, historical spaces and so on, together with our American friends actually. And that is a sort of a movement that is growing quite a bit. And we also cooperate a little bit with Michael Ray Corey, as Cornelia has mentioned. But we are sort of together in this, and pretty much we have like the center of the oligarchy, the information part of it. We have them in our backyard here in this little small Nordic country, but still it will be very connected, and at least, and not least, but very much also in the military industrial complex to the BAA systems and so on and so forth. So we have a large presence in this, and of course some nefarious plays on the geopolitical scale as well. So I'm grateful for having you here and all the good work that you have done, and hopefully that we can use each other's work if we try to get it all together, which is a large chunk of information, of course. But Second World War and the upcoming, the takeover of the Bank of International Settlements and Bretton Woods, and leading up to the nefarious central banking system, which is sort of, it all ties in together. And for us, it was like 2015 when Trump came out. We said, oh, finally somebody that is, we've been trying for decades here, but it's a hard time.
There was actually a question in the commentary section in the live just recently here. Maybe Derek can straighten that one out. Are Swedish military under law of war and U.S. code? Do you know anything about that? Then G. Strand, do you have a question for you as well? That is set to you, Derek.
Okay, I was making sure. So, well, the cool thing about that is, well, first off, let me address the previous. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for that. And like you said, we can use our material because that's what it is. We all play a part in this. What Cornelia and I talked about earlier was that it's like an ant colony. There's somebody who has to be the face, but then there's got to be a lot of entities that know how to be humble and pick a position and be happy in that position. And we've had so much in the world, and it's not like we're eliminating evil. We can't eradicate all of evil. We can decimate a lot of it by strong minds and people who know what's been taking place. And that's unfortunate in one way, because we're talking about human lives. But at the same time, I've lived for 40 years in my life over here. I have yet to harm somebody. I've yet to hurt somebody. I have clean records in military. I have clean records in civilian. I don't even have a counseling statement on my record in the military, much less a misdemeanor, which in the military it wouldn't be a misdemeanor, but I don't even have Article 15 or anything of that nature. So it's like I've lived my life doing the right thing, and a lot of you have in your own entities under your laws and things that you have. You've been a good person to society. You've been a good person to your communities, your neighbors, your family, your friends. Well, it's unfortunate when people make bad choices. I didn't make it for them, so that's where people have to be tough. But then on the flip side, everything that's taken place, Donald Trump, the military, the world militaries, have been working under the law of wars and the law of war, like the engagement, rules of engagement, and then humanitarian efforts around that to make sure that everything's done ethically, not inhumanely. That's been done for many, many years. And we all have cases of that throughout history that we know of, what we know of history, where there's been atrocities and there's been militaries turn and there's been people in the military turn. There's been all kinds of people turn, and that's where we live and learn, and we try not to repeat history, and we've been living under, we all have been living under this. So getting over now to Swedish military is this, whenever the Law of War Manual was reissued which was reissued June 12th, 2015. All right, that was military and federal attorneys who got together. I don't know who they are. I don't even know if they'll identify them. Who knows? But that was military and federal attorneys in the United States. They took, and it tells you this in that Law of War Manual, but what's cool about it is they tell you they took the Law of War Manuals from Germany, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Canada. And then they also took the Nuremberg trials, the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Conventions, and the Lieber Code of 1863. And they combined all the strengths of those. No matter what kind of atrocities there were in the past that brought all these different entities about, they took the strengths of those and combined those. And then they updated the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is military law over here. And then they updated the courts martial handbook. But Donald Trump is the one who wrote an executive order against the ICC. Putin is against the ICC. I mean, what are the odds of that? Everybody wants to spin Putin. Well, how would that line up? That wouldn't even make sense if we weren't on the same page. Russian aircraft flying the other day in Israel, that don't even make sense. All right. So there's a lot of stuff. I mean, it does. If you know what's going on, it doesn't for the people who want to be argumentative to you. But the Swedish military would be in their own entity, right? Because as President Trump, when he says America first, he don't mean the hell with y'all. He just says every country should look after their country, their borders, and whatnot. Now, because it's a world operation, I don't know what all commands are communicating with each other. I know a little bit. I know some of the Southern Command and some of the other commands that have been told. But as far as that, well, I'm never going to know that. If I did, I probably wouldn't be at liberty to say that because I'd be under oath still.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, and I'm not, that'd be one of those where I'm like, I wouldn't because I'm a veteran and because I'm a retired veteran. I probably wouldn't just because I don't want to go to a Uniform Code of Military Justice like a court. I don't want to sit under the courts martial and go, well, why are you telling all these people what command centers are talking to each other and what they're saying? I wouldn't want to take a chance. Now, it's very much a part of what's going on because in that Law of War Manual, and y'all probably know this more than I do, and I put credit where it's due when people know more than I do. I don't know everything. I know what I know, and I'm good at what I know, but I don't know everything. But then the Law of War Manual, it talks about the United Nations Security Council, not the European Union. Huge difference, right? And so there's a lot of entities working together that the average person, but especially I'll pick on Americans, but the average layman's American would have no idea this is going on, right? Unless they listen and willing to listen. So it's the same thing everywhere in every country. But yes, every country right now that came on board with Donald Trump and his world tour that he made, like Cornelia and I were talking earlier, when he went on that world tour, when he went to North Korea, first president ever to do so, when he went into Forbidden City, first person ever to go in 500 years into Forbidden City in China, all right, when he played hands with the Pope, All right. I wish it would, but I like to call it playing footsie, even though it was their hands. But that was a big funny gesture. All right. When he stepped in front of the queen, when he was crowned, basically in a sword ceremony, I call it crown king, but they put him in a king kind of ceremony in Saudi Arabia. But then when he declared Jerusalem capital of Israel, why wasn't it someone of Jewish descent doing that? Why was an American president doing that? So when you look at everything Donald Trump did, the G7 summits, he left the Argentinian president standing on stage, just left him there, just like the guy looked around and Trump was gone, right? Just left all these things that Trump did. If he didn't have a massive world military backing him, they'd assassinated him, because he's doing exactly what JFK set out to do. JFK went around the Federal Reserve in 1963, January. All right, January 1963, JFK went around the Federal Reserve, went straight to the Treasury, took $4.3 billion. What happened in 1963 to JFK? All right, don't matter if he went into witness protection. Don't, just for your average friends out there, if you already know that, great. But for your friends out there, go at them with what you can prove. Show them what you can prove. Don't worry about stuff that you believe. That's okay to believe that JFK went into witness protection. I have reason to say he did too. But go with what you can prove. Show them what actually happened. Don't worry about what you actually believe. For your friends and your family, say, this is what actually happened. This is what's taking place. So I have reason to believe, absolute reason to believe, that Sweden came on board because, one, we are all tied into this. There's no country that's not tied into it. Maybe Barbados or something hilarious. We'll just make a joke, but even though those are territories, but every country has a tie in to this whole operation. And Donald Trump would have gone around to all these countries on these world tours and these bilateral meetings he had and these trilateral meetings he had. I've got that documented in my new book coming out, and it ain't going to cost much. I'm just going to make enough to print it. But my new book, I have every single thing in chronological order, all his meetings and everything. He would have never been able to do out without a massive military backing him. But also, when you flip that around, he went around all these countries and said, we have it all. We've caught them all. We've got you where we want you. What, if you know any kind of war history, if you've studied a little bit of American history, but most of you probably don't, I don't mean that in a bad way, but there's a war over here in Texas, the state of Texas. They call it the Alamo. And I'm from a little town in Alabama where the hero of the Alamo, he wasn't from Texas. He was from Alabama. The commander of the Alamo was from Alabama, not Texas. He drew a line in the sand. This is in Texas history and in U.S. history. He drew a line in the sand. He told his men, boys, if you stand on this side of the line with me, you're going to die right here, but you're going to go down as a hero. But if you leave here, history is going to show you a traitor, a coward. They were surrounded by 3,000 Mexicanos, what they call it by then, Mexicans. Mexicanos. 3,000 had about 100 men surrounded. All right. Well, he drew a line in the sand. 26 years old. Think of how bold you have to be at 26 to draw a line and say, men, if you stand on this side of the line with me, we're going to die right here. We're not getting out of here alive, but we're going to go down as heroes. We're going down as heroes. All right. He wrote a letter called Victory or Death that the Pony Express sent out to D.C. That is forever ingrained in history. And he wrote Victory or Death. It was just little, you got to go read it. It's very iconic to go read it. Well, what Donald Trump did was he drew a line in the sand. And he told all these people, if you don't come on this side of the line with us and our allies, we're going to expose you to the world, what you've been doing with children, what you've been doing with women, what you've been doing with trafficking. That's what the war that Donald Trump declared on December the 20th, 2019, in our War Powers Act over here was against. And all his executive orders is trafficking, human rights abuse. It's all outlined. Well, trafficking ties into what? The Federal Reserve and their corporations and their money, their fiat currencies, their money, what they established, right? 1951 in the U.S. Why did Congress put term limits on the president but not themselves? Why is it that when one congressman in the U.S. can serve one term, ladies and gentlemen, one term now, they get $175,000 retirement for the rest of their life for doing one term? That shows you a corporate system, right? And that's taking money out of our pockets, not their pockets. It's all there. It's out of our pockets, paying them. So when you tie all those in, absolutely, I believe Sweden came on board. Now, I don't know who all came on board. I'm pretty sure I know one that didn't. We can pretty probably much say Iran did not come on board. So, but we can definitely pretty sure say I believe that Sweden came on board because of your history and your nation. Now, if you didn't, and I'm talking about not you, but obviously your government and your parliament and everything else, if that didn't come on board, then they'll be exposed. That don't mean you will be. Obviously, that don't mean it's going to hurt y'all. I tell people, look, if you trust the man, trust the plan. Donald Trump and the military didn't do all this to leave anybody hanging anywhere, any entity. But I also tell people you got to be aware. You got to be observant. You have to listen. You have to know the legislation. You have to know the laws and the orders of what's taking place, because if they issue a warning, hey, get out of here, get out of Oslo, get out of Alabama, get out of D.C., get out of here. If they issue something like that, I don't know if they will, but if they do, if we get to that, get the hell out of Dodge. Don't stay there. Listen to the laws and the orders of what's put into place, because it's all a humanitarian thing. Now, like I said, I don't know the missions they're running because I'm not in the military anymore. If I was, I wouldn't be able to tell you because that would fall under that oath again. But I know what the operation is. The operation is in public information. So anybody arguing with you or fussing with you or fussing at you, one, it's negative energy to even deal with it. But everything is in current bipartisan legislation in the United States of America that outlines a military occupancy, that outlines a continuity of operations plan. And they've shown the world that the Miami court case, if you've been watching over here in the U.S., the Miami thing about President Trump, the Miami court case, of all the classified documents they say he had, the one thing they showed on national TV in that quote unquote classified documents, they showed continuity of operations plan, military operations. They showed the whole world what's taking place, and they show it daily. Just a few days ago, they said Biden was in Maine. All right. They said he's in Maine, speaking at an event in Maine for the people who lost lives at this school shooting or something like that. Air Force One took off at the time they said he was supposed to be speaking up there. There's just so much stuff. The military uniforms is sacred. Military uniforms have been jacked up from day one. There's not a single uniform around Biden that is a regulation U.S. military uniform. Not a single uniform. Not one single uniform. All the Marine Corps' birthday is tomorrow. So for all of you who know about the United States Marine Corps, the United States Marine Corps' birthday is tomorrow. So happy birthday, Devil Dogs. But the Marine Corps, right? There's not been a single Marine Corps century, by definition of regulation of uniform, around Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. Not a single one. And every other uniform that's supposed to be a Marine Corps, they either show Coast Guard or Navy. They don't even do that duty. That's not even their role. So there's so much stuff that shows people. I know that's getting back in the U.S. and not Swedish, but
no, it's okay though. It's okay.
Everybody's a part of it though that came on board, and I have reason to believe that Sweden did. I've been watching the aircraft out of Sweden a lot, in Norway. We had some Swedish aircraft in the U.S. I had to go back and look at my files. I have 30,000 photos just in the last 6 months on my iPhone, and my iPhone tells me every day you have no more storage. So, but I have 30,000 photos, 30,000 photos of foreign aircraft.
Derek, we have lots of U.S. aircrafts moving around in Sweden. Actually, everything from Apaches to Ospreys to C-170s. And so on and so forth. And with transponders on as well. Not always, of course, but seemingly often, actually. So we have some activity. I have a question for you. The National Guard have been here, and Sweden are in the sort of the National Guard program right now, which is a little bit odd, I think. So we signed up for some kind of National Guard program, actually, which occurred very strange for me. but nevertheless, we did so. So we had that's. I don't know if you have the knowledge of the National Guard operating outside U.S. borders.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know that very well. Absolutely. And here's what I tell people. There's been troll after troll after troll, and I don't address trolls in a negative way. I say this. Haters and troll. What you have in America is complacency. It's because they don't read, they don't study. And we have veterans over here that came after me last year, which is fine. Like, I was like, come on, boo-boo, I got you. Let's go. All right. I love that veterans are attacking me even more because I didn't serve as long as some of the veterans in the U.S., but it's going to make someone look worse whenever they serve longer than me and they don't even know the loan regulations and operations of the military. And here's why. Now, in America, ladies and gentlemen, in America, if you don't want to be active duty, when you go into active duty, you raise your right hand and you sign up for active duty, they're going to send you somewhere. Now, let's say that you don't like flying and you are terrified of flying. And then you sign up, you go to basic training, you go through what we call advanced individual training, AIT, and then you.
We got some radio silence there, I believe. Am I the only one not hearing Derek?
No, we lost your there we go.
Yeah, we lost you a little bit there, Derek. So
connection.
Yeah,
well, maybe it's back.
Please repeat the last 15 seconds ish.
Oh, well,
flight fare.
Well, what I say is if you join the United States military and you have a fear of flying and you go in the military and you get orders to go to Korea, and then let's say you picked the MOS, you had no clue what you picked, and then all of a sudden you're flying around in a helicopter all day, you're gonna break that fear of flying pretty quick. What I tell people, what happens in America, we have such a educational problem over here that most veterans join the United States military because of college, benefits, medical, dental, salaries, all that. They have no clue that they're raising their right hand under Title 10, which is the same Title 10 that the president can federalize the reserve components and National Guard to active duty. Same Title 10. So when people say, well, I believe and I support our military, but they don't believe and support what I'm talking about, it's a negation. It negates it because the same Title 10 that I swore in under is the same Title 10 that Donald Trump used to federalize the reserve components and National Guard active duty. He's the only president who has federalized the National Guard and reserve components to active duty with a foundational order. Every activation, which we call it federalization, but in military we call it activation. But in every federalization, there has to be a foundational order. There has to be a foundational order. Donald Trump is the only one who has federalized the National Guard and reserve components to active duty in the last 4 years. He is. And that's a direct order. So when he gave that command in March 2020, it was in an executive order with a national emergency. Therefore, that made him a wartime president. When that happened, he became commander-in-chief by all legalities of military law, military orders. You don't have to like it, but that's how it works. And it's until it's revised, revoked, or rescinded, or mission accomplished, he holds that command. But he also put it in the War Powers Act when he made a declaration of war. So it all backs up. So the National Guard, the reason why I say all that is very important. The National Guard in America, if you don't want to be active duty, which means you sign up, they send you somewhere, and you may like where you get sent, but you're going to be sent somewhere. You're not going to stay at home like the National Guard do. The National Guard works 1 weekend a month. They have 1 weekend a month of duty, and they'll do a training or they'll do something to that entity. They'll show up to their National Guard, and they have 1 weekend a month. And the rest of the time, they work like normal American citizens. They work, they have 9-to-5 jobs. And then there's 2 weeks out of the summer, 2 weeks in the summertime that they have 2 weeks of active duty. That is it. The only other way the National Guard leaves their state, their state of the United States, if they're an Alabama National Guard, the only way they leave their state is to be federalized by the President of the United States of America. The only president who has federalized National Guard to active duty and reserve components is Donald John Trump in the War Powers Act of 1973 on December the 20th, 2019, and March 27th, 2020, with Executive Order 13912. And here's how you know that. If you like ice cream, then I'm going to show you the whipped cream, and then I'm going to get you the cherry on top. Right now, here comes the whipped cream. All right. On March 27th, that was a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief. The Military Justice Act of 2016, guess who that was? Obama, and then the Supreme Court under Obama. They put an act into place. It was passed by Congress December 23rd, 2016. It's called the Military Justice Act. They clarified three things in it. They clarified that military laws and courts are separate. They clarified President and Commander-in-Chief are separate terms, separate duties, separate obligations, separate laws. They also clarified that the Commander-in-Chief is separate from the federal government. So they clarified Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States is separate from Article 3 of the Constitution of the United States by obligations, duties, responsibilities, laws, and orders. They're separate. Thank you, Osama, yo mama, Obama. It was not Donald Trump who did that. So all the haters out there and all the people who don't know that, well, guess what? It was Obama's Supreme Court who did that. And it was the Congress under Obama, the last Congress under Obama, who passed that, not Donald Trump. But that was go time for the military, because here's what happened. December 20th, 2019, guess what happened? Four things. The Space Force was established. The Uniform Code of Military Justice was overhauled, first time since 1950. New laws put into place. The Courts Martial Handbook, which is how you get courts martial in the military, that's military court. It was reissued and reissued out there with new laws and new orders. And then the War Powers Act was amended. All right. In that War Powers Act, that's 50 United States Code, Section 1550. It has a clause in there. And it specifically says, in the first 180 days, after December the 20th, 2019, and every 180 days thereafter, which means until it's revised, revoked, rescinded, or mission accomplished, the president is to report the use of military force and support partner forces to the defense committees. All right, let's look at that first 180 days. That's when Donald Trump became a wartime president by definition. Not a federal corporation, start a war president, a wartime president as prescribed, which is a key word, prescribed by law. A president in the United States can declare war under the War Powers Act of 1973 and also 50 U.S. Code Section 1621 by national emergencies. All right. A national emergency has a 2-year clause on it. Any national emergency, you have haters over here and trolls that say, well, national emergencies have been passed they've been extended for many years. Ladies and gentlemen, if a national emergency is extended more than 2 years, it is a hemorrhoid, it is a problem. It is not an emergency anymore. If it's more than 2 years, it's not an emergency. It's a hemorrhoid. You have a problem on your ass, and your ass needs fixed. That's what that is. All right. So 1621. Well, then you go look at that. Go look over here. Donald Trump, he 11 executive orders with 11 national emergencies. Well, 3 of those are very critical because they were military oriented. All right. So let's look at that first 180 days. This is where it tells you Donald Trump is commander in chief legally. This is, I tell people, you're not going to hear it in Alabama hillbilly slang. Oh, Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief right here in this .gov site. That ain't how it works, ladies and gentlemen. It is in military language. It is in military law. It is in military order. It's in federal language, in federal law, in federal order. It speaks and it writes in that language. It's not going to say it in Alabama hillbilly slang. So when you look in that first 180 days, the president's the only one who can declare war via national emergencies. He did that. Also, the president's the only one who can federalize the reserve components, National Guard active duty. He did that. And here's how. In that first 180 days, March the 2nd, 2020, the Defense Production Act was amended. In layman's terms, this is what this says. On March 2nd, 2020, the Defense Production Act, which is 50 U.S. Code Chapter 55, see, there's that 50 U.S. Code again. It's actually titled 50 U.S. Code. The whole 50 U.S. Code is titled War and National Defense. Not War and International Defense, War and American Defense, War and National Defense. All right? In there, the Defense Production Act is 50 U.S. Code Chapter 55. The Defense Production Act was extended from March the 2nd, 2020 to September the 30th, 2025. That means that every single time the media tells you that Joe Biden has extended or invoked the Defense Production Act, actually invoked is the terminology, it was already appropriated for on March 2nd, 2020. That's when they came up with the funds right there. It extended to September 30, 2025. That means if he invoked it 123 million times, it was already appropriated for on March 2nd, 2020. Donald John Trump in that first 180 days clause. Also, what happened in that first 180 days? Just 25 days later, little over 3 weeks, on March 27th, 2020, Donald John Trump became a wartime president by definition, thanks to the Military Justice Act, which was already clarified in our military laws and orders, but because people in America want to argue about stuff that they don't even know about, we had to put it in an act, and it was passed by Congress, and not Donald Trump's Congress, but Obama's Congress. But thanks to the Military Justice Act, on March 27th, Donald Trump became a wartime president by definition with backing. He federalized 1 million reserve components to active duty. Not all at one time. Not all at one time. But that's where the foundational order was given. All right, on April 30th, 2020, same 180 days, that first 180 days, we're not even in the other 100. We're in the first 180 days in the 1550 clause. On April 30th, 2020, Donald Trump, he directed, he didn't authorize, he directed the Secretary of Defense equal authority to federalize the reserve components to active duty. So he made the Secretary of Defense, which is normally right up under the CIC, equal authority to federalize the reserve components to active duty. That's all in that first 180-day clause. Now, let me show you how Joe Biden ain't president. Let me show you how Joe Biden ain't president, and this is how. And I broke this on Cornelia's show. It's the first time I've said it on a show anywhere. So I'm going to show it to y'all before I've already said it before, but I found a new way to say it. And y'all are hearing it for the first time before I ever put it out on the air. It's just a new way to say it. I've already shown it. It's just a new way to hear it. All right. If Joe Biden was president, his, not extended orders, but his orders that were fresh, new orders, that would be the first time you saw that order or that act or whatever he signed, his would be up under one of these codes. That's how the laws and orders work if he was president. Let me show you how he ain't. January 20, 2021, I already showed you he's not. Most of you already heard me talk about the cannons. That was way back. But let me show you before we ever got to the cannons how he's not. All right. If you go look under 10 U.S. Code. So me as a veteran, I'm an active duty retired veteran. I wasn't reserve or guard, but I'm active duty retired veteran. When I raised my right hand to go into the United States military, I raised my right hand as an enlisted member. I wasn't an officer. As enlisted, it's 10 U.S. Code, Section 502. If you were an officer in the military, you raise your hand to 10 U.S. Code, Section 1031. All right, but that right there, 10 U.S. Code, there's your Title 10. The only person who can federalize reserve and National Guard to active duty is the President of the United States of America. That's 10 U.S. Code, Section 12302, and 10 U.S. Code 12304. If you go right now, if you're on your phone, but you have your laptop handy, if you were to Google 10 U.S. Code, or you go type in 10 United States Code, Section 12302, comma, house.gov, that way you have an official site, it'll pull up that clause of where the reserve if you scroll to the bottom of the page, the last amended section of 10 U.S. Code 12302, guess what executive order's there? Donald John Trump.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
Executive Order 13912. If you go over to 10 U.S. Code 12304, the last amended section of it is Executive Order 13919 of Donald John Trump, where he gave the Secretary of Defense equal authority. Now let's go back. Let's put the cherry on top now. You got the whipped cream. Now let's go back and put the cherry on top. Go back to December the 20th, 2019, the War Powers Act of 1973. That clause where it says up here, first 180 days after December 20, 2019 and every 180 days after. Go to the bottom of that page. Go to 50 United States Code, section 1550, house.gov. Scroll to the very bottom. If you're an accountant or if you've been in finance in your life, but especially if you know anything about American budgets, in America, they pass a budget this year for next year, and next year for 2025, and 2025 for 2026. In the bottom of that War Powers Act, where the president can declare war, and Donald John Trump did, in the very bottom it says executive documents. It says fiscal year of 2020. But there's a memorandum in there called, it's on July 19, 2021. That makes no sense whatsoever except for a military occupation and a continuity government. And it has to be put in there because it was setting up an extension. So here comes the cherry. All right. That memorandum is Joe Biden, quote unquote. Not really Joe Biden, but I always say quote unquote because it's not really him. This is all an occupation, all a plan, all an operation. But they had to visually put that in there for the sleepyheads and the normal people around the world, especially Americans. All right. That memorandum specifically says this. Here comes your cherry. This tells you how Donald Trump's legally your commander-in-chief. And it says it in legality term. It says, I hereby delegate. So I'm going to give Cornelia, I'm going to give Madness, I'm going to give G-Strand, I'm going to give you, I'm delegating to you. I don't want it, but you're going to represent me. But everything you do is going to reflect on me, though, so you better get this done right. I'm delegating the authority and functions vested in the president of Section 1550, to the Secretary of Defense, the what? The use of military force and support partner forces. Well, we've already established that what? The Secretary of Defense in the United States of America is appointed and nominated by who? The president. But it's not a federal government position. It's a military position. Therefore, when the president becomes a commander-in-chief by the Military Justice Act, by the definition of what a commander-in-chief is, then the Secretary of Defense answers to the whom? The commander-in-chief, right? So if Joe Biden is delegating the authority has to have what? An author. And it tells you who the author is. It says, I delegate the authority and functions of the president of Section 1550. Well, let's scroll up to 1550. Who was the president December the 20th, 2019? That's the date of the order. That's the date of the clause. That's the date of the declaration. So Joe Biden delegated the Secretary of Defense to the orders of Donald John Trump. All right, and here's how you prove that.
Report and briefings on use of military forces. The
use of, yeah. And here's how you prove it even more. You want, if you like cherries, you just got your cherry. Let's put another cherry on there. Here's how you prove it. That July 19th, 2020 memorandum. Now let's go over here. Just this past July 13th, my grandmother's birthday, one of my grandmother's birthdays. July 13th, 2023. Quote unquote, Joseph Robinette, Dog Pony Soldier Boy, got my golden hairy legs in the pool, Jr., Biden Jr., all right, he put an executive order out. Wasn't him. It's all part of the operation. But an executive order put out, 14102. And it says 3,000 reserve components being sent to Europe. Do your math, ladies and gentlemen. I just told you, and if you go look at 50 U.S. Code, Section 1621, it tells you about national emergencies, and it's got a 2-year clause in it. Do your math, ladies and gentlemen. July 19, 2021 memorandum in Section 1550, And this executive order over here in 2021, July 13th, that's 6 days away from being 2 years exactly. 6 days away. It had to be in there for visualization, but also by prescription of law. And here's your extra giant cherry on top. You got 2 cherries already on top of your whipped cream. When you go to section 12302, if Joe Biden was president, that was an executive order about reserve components. It should be up under Donald Trump's executive order 13912 in Title 10, section 12302. It's November the 8th. No, it's November the 9th now. It's November the 9th. It takes 3 to 5 days for them to put that in the House.gov codes. It takes 3 to 5 days for executive orders to hit the federalregister.gov. That executive order is nowhere to be found. He is not president. He is a puppet state, continuity of government, Commonwealth Act number 671, World War II history repeat, where they use puppet states to meet the press and to distract people on the front. Because while people are whining, excuse my French, but I'm going to say it. While people are whining, bitching, complaining, griping, fussing, moaning, arguing, and debating, guess what's going on behind the scenes? The real warriors, the people who actually knew what was going on this whole time. And I pick on Americans, and I show it like this. A lot of you are parents. A lot of you have children. And your child, if you love your children and you care about your children, you care about their future and their safety, if your child has a knife in its hands and you know that knife's going to hurt them, you run over there, you take it away from them really fast. Well, they can't even process it quick enough, but they just know, and they start crying. And they pout, and they fuss, and their bottom lip comes out, and then they start throwing a temper tantrum and anything like that. That's what Americans look like. I'll pick on Americans. I won't apply it to the world. That's what Americans look like right now. They want to argue, fuss, gripe because they can't comprehend it. They want to argue with you, debate with you. And while people like me who are knowing what's going on in the back going, hey, this is going to help everybody. This ain't hurting you. All you trolls and haters, like Donald Trump said, all the trolls and haters don't realize what we're doing is going to make the whole world great again. And so, sorry, I'm getting on my high horse.
We have the same problem here.
Yeah, could we just have? We have some hands raised here. Could we just go quickly so that people get talk to you? And G-Strand was.
The co-host here has a quick question for Derek. I find it very interesting with what you said about the powers of Secretary of Defense.
Commonwealth. Yeah,
Hang on. Because I'm sitting here, Derek, and I'm looking at the contingency plan guidance for continuation of essential operations in the absence of available appropriations. And there it says very clearly, do not implement until the direction from the Deputy Secretary of Defense or designee. So that falls together with what you said just a little while ago by the powers of getting that one to belong to Donald J. Trump, as I can interpret what you were saying. Is there? Am I? I'm just
well, so there's an order of procession of what you got to go look at and who's calling. Like they put in a procession order of who has control and who is calling shots. It depends on if someone's detained or they can't do something or doing whatever it is. And I say detained, not in a bad way, but it depends on who it is. I don't know what's going on those entities as far as the intricacies. I'm not a part of that. I'm just telling you what they give you, what they show you. This is what's taking place. Now, like Commonwealth, like the Commonwealth Act of number 671, I didn't say we're under a Commonwealth Act. I'm saying that by what happened in World War II, Donald Trump said this in March 2020. First off, why is the mainstream media in the U.S. asking him, is he a wartime president? Those are all optics for you. That shows everybody what's going on. There's more than enough evidence to show that. What I'm saying about World War II and the Commonwealth part is that it's a same kind. President Trump said it. I say everything he says. None of this is all my speculation and opinion. This is all based off what's been given. I understand our language and what's going on, but President Trump said it. He said same scenario but different war, right? So this ain't the same operation. I'm just saying they set up the same kind of formula in a different kind of manner because it was different, but it's a puppet state replication. Joe Biden is a continuity government. He's not real. He's not the real guy. It's all devolution. It's all distraction on the front. It's to keep people appeased while they clean out on the back. Now, I don't know what all entities they've cleaned out. I don't know where we are in that process. I can only speculate based off of laws and orders and then what they've given people, kind of like Israel. Well, it's just kind of common sense that Israel will be last if anybody knows anything in the world about God and Christ. Now, you can be the biggest atheist in the world and not believe in anything. That's fine. Do your thing. I'm not telling you how to believe. I'm just saying that because the Bible is one of the most controversial books in the world. It's the most talked about book in the world. It's the first published book in the world, the biggest thing. Well, whether you believe that or not, doesn't matter. It's still popular. It's still big. And Israel being last in this would make sense. And then they tell you that it was a music festival. This is what hit mainstream American news. I don't know what happened over there, but they told Americans that it was a music festival being attacked. And next thing you know, the whole damn world is in Israel. And we're talking about Argentina, Colombia, and then you have Mexico, Canada. All right, those alone don't even make sense. Japan and Israel, Netherlands and Israel. I mean, so all this happened in the last 2 weeks. All these countries, Italy, France, Germany, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Canada, Japan, Algeria, Nigeria, Russia, and Israel. So what I'm saying, I get passionate saying, look, I don't know the full entities. And what happens to me is all these damn trolls and all these damn haters come over to me and I'm showing you the operation. I don't know every intricate detail. If I did, I wouldn't be telling you. Because I guarantee you one thing, I got enough integrity, I'd keep my oath and I wouldn't tell you. But where it gets passionate is the fact that, look, I don't know all the entities, and I don't know who has what command right now, but they put in an order of possession. I don't know who's got the command right now, but I know that Donald Trump is your commander-in-chief because law tells you that. If we don't have a law, then the hell with it. Let's just abolish everything. Let's fight again. Let's have a world war again, and let's duke it out like men. Women, children stay at home. Let's duke it out. If laws and orders and establishment and systems and structures, good systems and good structures that support people don't matter, then the hell with it. Let's fight again. And so I don't know everything. I just know what I do know. And I give you the tools. I give you the tools to go read that. You make your own mind up what you think's going on. I'm not going to argue about it, but I'm not going to argue about something I don't know. I'm not going to debate something I don't know. I'm saying, look, here's what I know, and here's what you can know. And you can think on your own. You can vote on your own. You can believe what you want. I don't tell you how to think. I don't tell you how to believe. I give you the tools, and you go make up your own mind. However, what's going to happen, though, are the people who are in whoever's in these spots, calling these shots, if you got a set of keys on you, if you have a vehicle, if you don't, I'm not picking on you, but I'm trying to create an analogy here. If you have a vehicle and you pull your keys out and you dangle them around right now, ask yourself, who has the keys to all the military bases in the world? That's who's in control right now. And from what I see, the people in control ain't coming against all of us, the people. All those entities operating in the sky and all over the world out there are helping everybody. It's a world operation. I don't know the missions that are going on. I know a few of them, and I don't talk about those, but I don't know what every military branch is doing in every little entity. But somebody does, and it's a higher chain of command, and what they did, whoever they are, I know who a few of them are, but all of them around the world, what they did were treat the world like children. They have been in military positions all their lives. They know who worked for the Rothschilds. They know who worked for the Clintons. They know that. And they have been commanded by God, and they are under a different kind of order right now, and they are leading this. And they are putting this out for you and I in their language of good language of what's going on. I don't know everything they're doing, but I know enough to say, well, this is the operation that's taking place, and it ain't hurting nobody. And I'm going to tell you on the behalf of American veteran right here is this. If our United States military, especially the United States Marine Corps, whose birthday's tomorrow, if you ever met a United States Marine Corps veteran, they are the most hard-headed, they are the most sensitive, but those people love America more than any veteran that I know. The Marine Corps, they take their job serious, they take pride in their uniform, they take pride in their branch, and they will fight you over getting their birthday wrong just in their Marine Corps. What I'm saying is this. I'm not promoting violence. What I'm talking about is the Marine Corps. If the United States Marine Corps were to give a command in this U.S., they would take this country over in one day, the Marine Corps alone. That's how badass and elite they are. If the Marine Corps was unleashed on the United States, they could wrap up every knucklehead in America in one day. If it took 7.5 years for the United States military to take over the world like some of these people are preaching out there and pumping and putting fear and scaring people, if it took 7.5 years, I will lay butt ass naked on the tallest hill in America and beg them to bomb me, because that would be an embarrassment to the world that we can't take over this kind of cognitive dissonance and this kind of complacency in the world, this kind of ignorance. So what I'm saying to you is I don't know everything, but what I'm saying is that you got to go read. You got to read on your own. And I come against some of the dumbest people in America. I do. But at the same time, they don't know they're dumb. They've been under a matrix for all these years. So I don't know everything. Well, no. I know, but I just feel like, anyway.
Sorry, Derek. Yeah, it's a day. But could we do like this? We take all the questions. Can you hear me?
You're rubber banding a little bit. You're lagging. So.
Okay, I have an idea. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, my idea is that we take Gestrand, Egot, and seventh speak all the questions by one, and then Derek responds to all of them. Because when Derek comes in to the flow, it's really hard to and we want to hear what Derek has to say. But could we do like this? If Gestrand goes first, the speaker, and then Egot.
Yeah, I agree. I can barely hear you, but I get the point that you're making, and I totally agree. Gestrand had his hand up for a long while. He took it down though, but I want to hear him anyhow. So he's forced to open his microphone. Then we go to Egot, then 17th. And in that order, before Derek answer each and every one of them, because you, Derek, have a lot to say and we would like to hear it. But if you answer everyone at one time each, it will take a lot of time, I presume. So, Gestrand, Egot, 17th, go.
Yeah. So, well, you explained the War Powers Act for me, so that one is clear, and that is also gave me a lot of answers. I've been struggling with reading the DoD and the Defense Production Act, but there is one thing that I have noticed for since the thing Joe Biden arrived, and that is presidential determination. What the hell is presidential determination? If I Google that, I get some strange explanation that it has been done before and it's part of an executive order and yada yada yada. But Joe Biden can't do shit, and is that why it's called presidential determination? I'm reading from Department of Defense, for instance. So it's called PD, presidential determination, and I've seen that pop up once in a while. So what is that? That is my question.
Can that be answered short, or should we take another question meanwhile?
I think we take other
Yeah,
questions.
I think so
we
too.
take all the three.
Yeah.
We'll let Derek, because we want to hear what Derek has to say.
Yeah, and when he's on his rant, I do not want to stop him there. So yeah, and he.
Me neither. Exactly.
Yeah, and he can save all this in his head. I'm sure about that. So Egot, welcome. Shoot.
Thank you. As I see myself a little bit about Joker, not the Joker in the Batman movies, but the Joker who makes the funny jokes. And I see Trump as the real Batman, for real. And I love Texas, Gas Monkey Garage, and Rickard Rollins, and the cars he built, because my dad used to have a lot of American cars from the 50s and 60s. Don't you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear him.
Okay. And I also make music, and I love the sound of banjos. So I really love what you do, Derek. And since we talk about country music, do you know what the most famous Swedish country band is and what the song is? It's kind of optics in that song as well, I think. It's the Rednecks, and it's Cotton Eye Joe. I think about Joe Biden when I hear that song. And the first Swedish Billboard track, #1 Billboard track, is the Blue Swede. It's Hooked on a Feeling. The beginning is Ooga Shaka, Ooga, Ooga, Ooga Shaka. I know all of you have heard it. And Hooked on a Feeling, that's what I feel when I think about Trump. And if you talk about voting in Sweden, there's no use to do it, because all parties in Sweden is run by the deep state. That's a fact. And the optics in Wallenberg in the Coca-Cola company now. He went into the CEO post in the company, and then the Coca-Cola is like releasing poison in Croatia now. It's in the news. I think it's kind of funny, but nice speaking to you. That's all I said. I had no questions. So.
Well, yeah, Egot is our personal joker. He's hitting the billboards very soon. Be sure of that. So stay tuned for that. Okay, let's go to 17 Special Civilian Operettes. Shoot, man. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak and giving me a microphone. I just, I have I think there's some misunderstanding with certain things. Like, so the Commander-in-Chief and the President, I've read the Military Justice Act, and it says in there on page 3 and 4 that the President is the Commander-in-Chief. They do, however, have distinct responsibilities and powers, but one is not separate of the other. I think that's a very important thing to understand. So, as the President's responsible for implementing and enforcing the laws written by Congress. That's the main role of the President, and the Commander-in-Chief has broad authority over the military. That being said, if you look at the Reorganization Act, the chain of command, the combat chain of command, cannot be delegated outside of the President. So it can't be devolved, it can't be passed off, it can't be delegated outside, the President of the United States. Also, the Constitution states very clearly in Title 10 U.S. Code sections 162 and 164 detail out the duties of the Commander-in-Chief and the chain of command of the combatant commanders. So I've served in the Navy for 20 years. I retired. I was Navy Special Operations. I had a TS-SCI clearance. There's just a lot of different things I think that are being misunderstood. So the other thing too is the continuity of a government is really an end state of continuity of operations. It requires a really, a massive type of national emergency that requires those programs to be implemented. It's a national continuity policy, and it's designed to maintain constitutional, or the term that's used is enduring constitutional government. So it's designed to maintain 8 national essential functions, and the first 2 I think are the very most important. The first national essential function that continuity of operations is designed to maintain is ensuring that the continued functioning of a form of government under the Constitution. So it can't be suspended, it can't be mitigated and whatnot. So the other one is to provide to make sure that there's still visible leadership. Right, so you can't go underground. It's not a secret. There's no secret things that happen there. So those are the 2 biggest things that I see that I have issues with, because I've looked at this the Military Justice Act, the Law of War Manual also. When you're looking at military manuals, it's very important that you first look at purpose and scope of the manual. And purpose and scope of the manual for the Law of War, if 1.1, 3rd paragraph, this manual is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity against the United States, its departments, agencies, or other entities, its officers or employees, or any other person. So the Law of War Manual is not designed to be used even if the United States was somehow, preoccupied with something. Now, that doesn't mean that, I absolutely am not a freaking Biden fan. But what I think is happening is it's distracting us from the issues that we need to deal with, which is our elections, local government, and fixing our elections, really. And no one's going to help us do it. That's not the military's job. I've served for 20 years. We would rather take our uniforms off and fight with the people.
Thank you.
We would not rise up against their... And so the chain of command also is very important. The chain of command can't be delegated, and command and control of the forces is also something that's a safeguard against preventing a coup in the United States. So, yeah, there's a lot of flaws here, man, that I think are kind of cherry picked, to be honest with you. So, anyways.
Well, good. Yeah. I tell you what. You know
Thank
what? You want my If you want my platform, then you can fucking take my platform, and I'm gonna be dishonest with you. This is what's wrong with America right here.
Really?
Did you come in flex your
Hey,
whole?
man, I'm
No,
calm,
hold
dude.
on. You spoke.
Yeah,
No, you spoke.
yeah.
It's my turn. You spoke. It's my turn. This is where your whole bullshit 20 years served. Why do I have colonels? Why do I have general? Why did the commander-in-chief invite me down? Why, of all podcasters? See, this ain't about me, but this is a veteran thing here, and I'm coming at you as a veteran. And you're sitting here, you want to flex your muscles, you want to flex your gums, you want to flex about your bullshit service and all this stuff about you. It ain't about you. And everything that we're talking about that we served in the military for, and your uniform, why would they put this up for everybody? Have a problem. And people can say, you have an attitude problem. Well, maybe I do. Because every uniform they have shown around Joe Biden is the wrong uniform. And you sit here flexing your...
I think you are
and you served in the uniform, and you could have died in the uniform that our brothers and sisters died in, and you sit here and flex your bullshit gums about shit that don't matter.
Philly, bro, you need to lower your voice because we can't hear you. You are overreaching the voice limit, so we can't hear you, Derek.
Derek, I just want to tell you one thing, that we can discuss this, and we really love to do that. And you are among friends. We know that we have been researching this for a long time, and I just want to Dr. John Holper Hayes. She's actually here in the space, and we will do an interview on the 15th. So where you and John Holper Hayes, and I think he dropped.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I apologize.
Yes.
I was just trying to have a conversation. I apologize.
No, but there are rules. Yep.
The co-host is stepping in now very quickly. It's okay. We'll see to it that we can bring Derek up again. But he had actually a legit question to you, 17. In the middle of this, he said, "What about the military surrounding Mr. Biden wearing sort of off-the-chart uniforms and so on? Is that something we could talk about?"
Sure.
I address that to you, 17, and also to Dr. Jan Halper, who is knowledgeable in these matters. So 17, quick answer on that, and Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, I'm honored to have you in this space, and if you could give us shine some light on that small question, but it could also be a big question. So 17, go ahead, and please, Dr. Halper Hayes.
Well, I really haven't noticed too much of the uniform flaws. I mean, there's some instances where people, they just either, wear their uniform a little off. But I haven't seen them, man. Like the pictures that I've seen where their uniforms have been, out of uniform per se, they were either not military, or off duty of some sort, or getting off the plane. And, when you're traveling a long way in your uniform, sometimes, you try and relax a little bit, and you can't maintain your dress blues or dress greens or dress whites or whatever for 18-hour flights. Sometimes it gets a little sloppy, man. That stuff happens. But
17, that was actually not it. I have seen this, and I've seen people with the knowledge remarking on that they are off, they are not up to code. And that is a huge thing for me as well, because
when you're out of uniform, I mean, you're out of uniform. It is out of code. But
this is on official, when they are supposed to be, tippy top, so to speak.
Well,
in duty, yeah.
Well, when you're out of uniform, that doesn't really prove that we're subverted or the Constitution isn't intact anymore. It could be just bad soldiering or bad airmen or bad.
Yeah, it might be that. I think Dr. John Holper Hayes have something to answer this too.
Okay.
Thank you, 17.
Yeah, it's not a question of being in or out of uniform. It's the point that he was trying to make is that the wrong uniforms were there in the inauguration and also in that other speech that he gave, that and he's trying to say that they're not necessarily legitimate military.
Well, wouldn't that put the CIC, if you guys
17,
Trump
you
and
will be
CIC?
directed. Sorry, we have rules. Okay, we let.
Yeah, we're in Sweden now, in the Swedish space. We have some regulations here. We are indoctrinated like that. So each person speaks till the end, and then the other one will take over if addressed. So, Dr. John.
My apologies.
Okay.
Well, 17. I just think it is a simple miscommunication, and frankly, I think it was an unnecessary rant on his part.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean for that to happen. I was just...
You didn't make it happen. You didn't make it happen. He's been on edge for quite some time, and I hope he'll come back because he has a lot to offer.
Yeah, he definitely have. You have heard him before, and so have I. He's a walking dictionary about this. So, and a lot of pressure. I mean, I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't be able to. So, all respect to each and everyone that are under this. Mats Bombadil.
Yes, we were getting into what's called the contingency plan guidance for continuation of essential operations in the absence of available appropriations, newly submitted, and it's August 2023, which is seems to be a very important document, and it has a red note, and that is that do not implement until directions from the Deputy Secretary of Defense or her designee. That seems to be, because Derek was touching on that one before, Dr. Halper-Hayes. He was touching on that that role had been sort of designated Secretary of Defense to Mr. Trump or his administration, or under that umbrella, so to speak. Do you have anything to add or comment or guide us a little bit there? Because I could not fully understand the answer I got from Derek.
I'm not sure that I understand your question. Is it that I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, because I came into this conversation right in the middle of his rant.
Okay. I'm going to rephrase very quickly. So we have the contingency plan guidance, which is an official document from the Department of Defense, and it's just a 14-pager, but it tells a whole lot of what could happen or not happen. And this is something that Derek shared there a week ago or two, that this was an important document. I read it, I looked at it, and it takes care of what it says. Contingency plan guidance for continuation of essential operations in the absence of available appropriations. For everybody, we have it in the Jumbotron underneath the, I would say, if you just click on the Army Mill, that is the first one in the Jumbotron, then you have a screenshot of the header of the document there. And it says, the document in itself, I can't share it because it's a PDF, but I will put out a link to it when I find the link. I have not found a tweet where I have the link, but
let me see if I can find it on his website. Okay, I'll go look for it right now.
Yeah, cool.
Is your question really, how do you explain the continuity of government?
No, that one I think many of us are acquainted with. But yeah,
okay.
If you could give us your version of that, because we have many listeners now, and not all are, let's say, read up on this, because we are talking, we have plenty of Swedish people here. So it could be really good if you could give us just your very quick continue of government, so the listeners here can grasp or comprehend or recognize that a little bit. That would be great. Thank you, Dr. Halper-Hayes.
I'd be more than happy to do that. Okay, so the purpose of the continuity of government is to preserve only the essential functions, as well as what's statutory or constitutional authority on all levels of our government. It is a coordinated effort. It has to be combined with the legislative, the judicial, and the executive branches, which of course can raise questions as to, does the Supreme Court know that there's a continuity of government? Do any of the lower judicial, who has been notified? And it has only been essential people that have been read into the continuity of government. But it is to, when the continuity of government was enacted, there are very specific people that are in different places all around the globe that work for the US government. And they are basically put on call. They are the ones that are monitoring things. When we say it's to preserve the continuity, the question comes into play as to what really are the essential aspects of the government that they are supposed to be monitoring. And did the Speaker of the House get read into it? And if he did get read into it, then was he in fact following suit with what he was supposed to be doing, which, from what I've heard, is one of the reasons that he was vacated. So, for example, Mike Johnson, in giving the $14 billion to Israel, and the U.S. is a bankrupt corporation, and we don't have an approved budget, what he was able to do is to take money that had been allocated to the IRS, take it from them, and then pass it on to Israel. In case of disasters, that is one of the main reasons that you have FEMA involved, or at least read in to the continuity of government. All the plans are scalable, but they're also flexible because they have to meet the varying requirements or threats or needs of the different jurisdictions or organizations. Whether, even if it's the small localities, the large cities, the states, or territorial, for us to achieve the continuity of government outcomes. Does that help everyone?
Yeah, I think it helped me at least. Maybe you could help G. Strand to answer his question that he had to Derek. Would you like to repeat that one, Strand?
Yeah, I can. I can do that. Hello, Dr. Halper-Hayes. A very simple question. I have noticed that in DOD and the executive orders, I see sometimes presidential determinations, and that is funny writing. So I've seen that especially Joe Biden has been using presidential determinations. Can you explain more about that? Because I have Googled it and I don't get my head around what the difference is by presidential determinations instead of executive orders or whatever.
Well,
thank you.
I'm not familiar with that term. What I am familiar with is that Joe Biden has been renewing all of Donald Trump's executive orders. He has not, I think maybe he's submitted a couple of executive orders, but the primary executive orders that are keeping everything in place for our government, he is simply extending them.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I've seen that the ones that he actually has has prolonged has been previous
Yes.
Executive orders. But I have also noticed that this presidential determinations, and it baffled me a bit. But
give me a minute. All right, I'm
yeah,
going to look that up and see if I can explain it. And I'm going to close my mic off.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sure thing. 17th has his hand up again. Yeah, Cornelia, go ahead. Cornelia, you're off to talk.
So what we think, also this documentary, I don't know if you have seen it, on Earth, it's about that this is a military sting operation. And also it's an educational project. I mean, we have to live through this, and they state from all these agendas, things with transgender and everything, they are putting all of it to the extreme in order for us to say no, and see the consequences if we keep on, following for all of these agendas and this propaganda and these lies. So this is about bringing the sword. So Trump was a military president, and the aim was to implement a law of war manual and also continuity of government. And Trump specifically said that, we can't tell the military.
You are rubber banding a bit, Cornelia. So if you could try to find a better spot.
Yeah.
Or maybe shut off some of your. I know that you're running both Wi-Fi and.
I know.
And, yeah.
Yeah. So this is. They can't tell the public everything. In order to take this criminal. This ties into the Swedish history. And also the control over the communications, the banking system. On top of that, entity called and Trump actually called Ericsson out in 2015. And there is a man called Michael Ray Corey. This is a report of corruption and how he.
Sorry, Cornelia. You have to find a better location because you're rubber banding. You sound like a robot on a breakdown.
Okay. Yeah.
Shut off some of either your Wi-Fi or your other connection. I think you're jumping in between two connections, like Juliana Mango told you the other day. So it's jumping back and forth on your phone if you're using your phone right now.
Yeah. So I'm I put off the Wi-Fi and so we can see. Better. Okay. Yeah. So what we have is a really old entity. I mean, long before the U.S. was even established. And this goes so deep. And Michael Ray Corey did an excellent job with this. The Ericsson report to actually point to this constellation, this people in the shadows that nobody heard about almost. I mean, we know about them, and that's the reason for the space today and for also the interview, because we are trying to reach to you, because in Draining the Swamp, Sweden has entities and corporations and oligarch families that are really on top of that. They are on top of Bank of International Settlements. They're on top of the of Ericsson, of Nasdaq, and 150 stock markets. So this is a military operation, and this is by surprise. They can't tell you exactly what they are doing, and this is multi-layer operation. So if you just look at everything, and it's not like ordinary day-to-day operation. This is a special operation that we are living through right now, and that's the reason for this space and why we are connecting between Sweden and with Dr. John Holper Hayes, with Michael Ray Corey, with Derek Johnson, and so on.
Yeah, we are tied to the hip with
now 17.
Do you want me to try and get Michael Ray Curry on?
Yeah, try that. Why not? He's mentioned, so yeah.
Yes.
If it's awake, I guess he is. It's kind of late here.
Yeah, he's awake, and I did an interview with him almost a year ago, and he is also really really active in exposing Wallenberg and Ericsson and all these ties that they have all around the world in all the branches, in all the fields that you can imagine. And actually in the US, Trump called out Ericsson to be a national security threat. So and also Q talked about this entity that control vast majority of all communications globally, and that is Ericsson. That is the Swedish company that Trump also called out. But I mean, how can you take down an enemy that have control over all the communications and internet and all the bank transactions globally? Is really hard. You can't just tell them, hello, we're taking you down, we're taking the banking system down, we're taking you down. No, this has to be in secret. So
and the energy providing, they got control over, or had control over everything.
Yeah, in 150 countries they had all the power grids. So the power grids, the internet, the communications globally, and also the banking system, the central banks of the central banks, and that's the Bank of International Settlements. So, and they have EQT, they have invested, they have so many companies, AstraZeneca. So that's why you are in the Swedish space, and that's why we are reaching out to you in order to tell you why Trump called out this company, this Swedish company, and what they have been involved in the US. I mean, we were there. The Vikings were there in the 1200, and we were there long before you even became a nation. So we are we are really involved in your history, and this is also a history space. So we have experts here on the Swedish history and also the Swedish history in the US. I mean, the Supreme Court in the US was established almost at the same time as the Swedish one. So we were already there. We had New Sweden, Delaware, where Biden is. That's a Swedish territory and kind of a tax haven. We also have the Swedish House of Sweden in Washington D.C., where Biden actually had an office, and in that space it's Swedish jurisdiction. So why did they have their company and their office in House of Sweden? Why did Biden have that? And why is he from Delaware, the Swedish, New Sweden? This ties back to Sweden, and this is so there is research to do in order to grasp this whole clever, really strategic operations.
Okay, Michael is going to join us for a little bit, and I can explain the.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and leave. You guys don't. I appreciate it. I thought I was a gentleman, but I was raising my hand, and you guys. It's all good. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, thank you, man. I mean, you have it.
Go ahead, 17.
We just want to. So we give the word that you are allowed to speak now. So
he got a little bit sore. Sorry, but yeah, he
Okay.
had his hand up. But I was waiting for Derek to come back. But you had to contact him, Cornelia, I guess, and he was.
I have DM'd
he's
Michael.
busy for a while now, and he told me in advance that he was going to jump off. Maybe he comes back.
Hang on, Dr. Halperheis. I put out a link in since we don't have a purple pill, it's in the first tweet up in the Jumbotron. There is a link to the document that I was referring to, the continuously planned guidance on Google Drive, so you can pretty easily pick that one up.
That means I have to go to Google Drive and I have to know how to do that.
No. You just have to click the link. There is a link, and that goes for everybody, so you can download it. It will pop up as a PDF immediately. It's automatic. It's a one click. It's a one stop
Where
shop.
will I find? Oh, there. I got it.
Nice. We have Michael Ray Corey here now. Should we give him the mic? Of course. Michael Ray Corey, welcome to the space.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Hey, Michael. Nice meeting you again.
Nice meeting you.
We are just rambling around in the world of spaces. Nice to hear you again, Michael. Thanks for the last space.
How's Mordor?
Mordor is sounding good, working good, and since MacGregor gave us the go-ahead on rewriting the Second World War history with the Warburgs, Wallenbergs, Rockefellers, and these guys, you have seen that I have been quite productive. You have it all in your... I don't know. I know that you don't have the time to read all of it, but it's there. It connects the dots. So could be helpful actually, especially on the Warburg side of it, which of course connects to your job, what you are doing, Michael. And I am happy to have you here. I'm honored to have you here, and at the same time as Mr. Halper. Not Mr. Dr. Halperheis, excuse me, sorry for that one. We are ready to go. I just put a new document, the continuously planned guidance. It's in the Jumbotron because we don't have a purple pill. You have a quick Google Drive link there. That's a document that Mr. Derek Johnson were referring to as being quite important. I have checked it. It is important. And now I'm asking for your and Dr. Halperheis guidance on that, so to speak, because we are trying to wrap our heads around that particular one.
Meanwhile, also Cornelia had some questions for you, Mike.
Yeah, is it a specific document? It's in the nest, you said?
Yes, in the first one, there's a Google Drive link to the document, and it's from the Department of Defense. But it's
the Army.mil article.
Yeah, no, there should be just where didn't it?
I can't see it though, bro.
Oh. It's Army Mill.
Is it the first one, the Army Mill?
No. Hang on. Why didn't it?
Because that one have been up there for a while.
Yeah,
so I can't see the first
other
one.
one.
Yeah, Michael,
Let's see if
when you are looking, I can just brief Michael that I did an interview with Derek Johnson, and then we had this after party discussing, and we tied in, of course, Eriksson and Wallenberg, and also your report, the report. And Dr. John Hayes also came by, and so we are discussing continuity of government. We are just discussing if this is a military operation, and we had another gentleman that he thought maybe, I don't know, Biden was the president, and so, but and then Derek had to jump off. So we are so happy to see that we have so many Americans here, and we are working together and tying in everything together. So please, Michael, share a little bit about your work. And you and I did an interview last year, and it was really great. Thank you for joining, and please rant.
Of course. Yeah, no, thank you for having me. I think it's pretty complex. A lot of what's happening, but I think we can all come together and work to focus on solutions. And there's not going to be one way out of all of this. It's going to get pretty wild. The markets are definitely going to crash, but I think it's a good thing because it needs to be cleansed. I think as far as like continuity of government is concerned, you can see it with the Israeli-Palestine conflict right now. You got to sometimes we got to do a better job of taking what we're looking at and go a little further out, like zoom out a little bit, because when you look into the doctrine of discovery, which I brought up on a few occasions, and you look into several rulings that just started to come out recently, in a time of war, Israel declaring war, that's both cyber and that's also on boots on the ground. So if you have the world currently, which it is, in a stalemate of sorts, everybody's got the goods on each other. We've got to somehow either start to press and push our leaders into making decisions that we want and not decisions that are preventing them from being exposed. For example, in the Arab world, you see them all marching in the streets. So by doing that, they're not giving their leaders a choice, right? Their leaders may have been compromised in some shape or form through Israel and Epstein Island or Eriksson, for example. But when you see them marching in the streets with such numbers and such force, it means the leadership has no choice but to do what it is that the people are demanding. So we kind of have to fall into a place where we start to do that. Because to be honest with you, any other form or facet, you're not going to see change, because as you can see, they're letting the world fall apart around us. And I can tell you the banking aspects of it through the Eriksson report. What we were trying to point out the most is the second iteration that's going to be coming out soon, which is certificate authorities, and basically what happened with Stuxnet. If you guys remember that Iran attack back in 2010-11. That was basically Israel and the U.S. attacking the Iran nuclear facility, and in so doing, they basically released the worm of all worms. By also doing that, you're opening Pandora's box, which is probably why Obama goes on to give away the internet. So we're in this place where, my goodness, everything is going to be going crazy, and we're not sure what's real versus what is. So we've got to do our best to verify, trust. And do our own research, because nobody's gonna just give us an out, right? Even recent decisions, for example, things that Trump has done recently that I don't necessarily agree with, right? But we've got to be in this place where instead of going along with everything someone does, we have to be willing to criticize. Because if you don't criticize, then you lose all potential leverage. And then what happens is the person who may or may not be controlled will just make the easiest decision for them, instead of doing what's best for the people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And also, and what you're doing is exposing. I mean, we can just,
Cornelia, now you're on two bands again.
Okay.
Shut off one of them. You're jumping back and forth. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the documents are up there for anyone to look into. Cornelia, go ahead.
So one aspect of this educational project or sting operation is to make this visible, this system, and how this system has worked against us. So that's one part of it, and one other part is also to give kind of the solution and what we think that all of this is going. That, I mean, it's going to crash, and we will get another system, but it's not the whole world. But many people are very invested in this, both financially or emotionally, or because they have done things. They are tied to this corruption. They are tied to this criminal syndicate in one way or another. So I think what you're doing, I listen to you sometimes, Michael, and I think we should do a follow-up interview. But it's really, thank you for your work, and it's really great to have you here as well.
Yeah, of course. And I just say that piece because I want people to really try to rationalize, like, don't lose sight of the fact that we haven't gotten anywhere in terms of Epstein. We haven't gotten anywhere in terms of justice. And even if we were to get one small win, you just look at what just happened in the past elections. The system that we're using is corrupt, it's diseased, it's broken. And I think continuing to pretend like that's not going to be the case moving forward, if we don't have drastic change, we're going to end up with more of the same. So, and then when you consider, right, all of what we have, especially with what I have, the titles, deeds, and trusts proving all these banks to be actually fraudulent, that's good, right? But if we don't have a platform to push that, and if we don't have enough momentum and people to bring that to the foreground, then you add the doctrine of discovery. Just imagine, right? What that actually does is it holds title, deed, and land for basically most of the Commonwealth and most of the world, all of the Americas. So just imagine that happening, right? The banks aren't going to come forward and tell you guys that happened. They don't want you to know that. In fact, they're going to do everything they possibly can to mitigate from that actually coming out. So what I'm trying my best to do is to prepare people for this pending crash because it is coming. And the sooner that you can mitigate and do your best with your finances to get them in a place where they can't be, where you can't be told that you can't take your money out, or you can't be told that you're not able to make a payment. So we just had this past week, Mr. Cooper, the third largest servicer in the mortgage industry, 4.3 million people can't pay their mortgage because of a cyber attack, supposedly. So we keep living in this world where the excuse is always a cyber attack. And it's going to continue to be that. So so long as we allow that to be the case, right? If we keep accepting the government saying, yeah, this is what happened, and that's all we're going to tell you, right? Then that's all we're going to end up getting. So in this current system, we have to push back and we have to demand better. But I'm glad to be here, and I'd love to catch up with you, Cornelia. We could do a definite follow up. I've got a lot of interesting updates.
Yeah, great.
Awesome. Give us a little cliffhanger.
Yeah, I would say it has a lot to do with banks, all of the big banks being fraudulent, the doctrine of discovery, a lot of land being redistributed. So I think it makes for a very interesting finale, but one that really includes the people. So it's funny because I could speak this way to you guys, where if I go to another room or even do a room on my own, right, I can't actually talk like this because people will be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like we don't know what you're talking about, but you guys get it.
Yeah,
yeah,
you are
we're here from Sweden. In this room, we are very aware of what's going on. So the ones that are here from Sweden are we're on the same side here and on the same knowledge base, basically. So. Should we have a hand from Jeremiah Bullfrog? Welcome to the space, Jeremiah. Do you have a question that hopefully, it would be lovely if it relate to Sweden, because it is a Swedish space though, but I guess not. Go ahead anyway. Welcome, Jeremiah.
Actually, I appreciate you. And hey, Matt, how you doing, bud? Been a while. Nice to see you.
Doing good. Very welcome to this space, Mr. Bullfrog. I'm honored to have you here.
Thank you, sir. So I actually have a question for Dr. Jan and for Michael Corey. But I'm going to start with Dr. Jan because I heard her say something earlier in the space about America being a corporation. And I've looked into that quite extensively. And although I agree that we are ran by corporations, I can't find where we are a corporation, and definitely not a bankrupt corporation. So if you had some insight on that, I'd be intrigued to hear it.
Well, you have to go back to the Treaty of Washington, 1871. And the reason you go back to that is that it forced us into it took away our sovereignty, and it forced us into an agreement with the City of London, commonly referred to as the Crown Corporation. If you send me a DM, I have the bankruptcy documents for it, and I think I have the company house listing as well. I'm not sure about that, but I have the bankruptcy documents. The thing is that I think people are looking for something that says like it's an LLC, an INC, but it has to do with the fact that we turned over our control of our country basically to the Crown, to the bankers.
Well, Dr. Jan, isn't it easier to put it like as this was something that was long? This was not like a one presidency thing. Like we're talking like hundreds of years that they infiltrated.
151, yes.
Yeah. So it's over time, and then certain Supreme Court rulings shifting, like switching from federal to. So there was an Americanized form of federal law. And then Erie Railroad versus Tompkins Supreme Court case switches that. Then you go back to like 68 and the 14th Amendment, which is not even, not even supposed to be applied because it's not lawful. It's not constitutional. It was never legally ratified. So there's so much history that's been mingled and messed with. And so we live in a country where like these rulings are, for example, any 14th Amendment ruling is actually not even based on the fact that the 14th Amendment states that United States, that corporations are persons. That's actually something that was written in the headline of the amendment itself. So all of the rulings that derive from the 14th Amendment stating that that the 14th Amendment says that the United States person is a corporation or corporation are U.S. persons. Is completely bunk. It was actually a clerk that wrote that at the top of the ruling. So you look at all these things and you're like, my goodness, man, nobody's stopping to say what the heck happened and like where's our constitutional rights, because they're obviously not here. They clearly don't exist. When's the last time you've seen judges rule fairly? Just look at January 6th. Just look at, look at any of the cases for anything federal. When's the last time we saw anything go the way of what should be constitutional? So sometimes you got to look at it like the people who are corrupt and in control aren't going to tell you that, hey, we got you guys, we hoodwinked you, we're corrupt and we're bad. Like, we're sorry for doing that. Like, they're going to keep going along with it as business as usual. So if a corporation doesn't have to tell you, because you're not their obligation. That's the tough part to accept, I think. But not to jump in there as if I'm answering Dr. Jan's question. But
no, but yeah. So would you say that's the British crown or the Swedish crown that we're under?
So it's like a combination of both. So in Delaware, Wilmington specifically, Obama passed a first state declaration national monument ordinance. And so when you go back and read that, he talks all about the Constitution, and it's like you start to connect all these dots and you realize, holy crap, like, you know, these people really did pull this thing off, or come really close to pulling it off. And we're at this place where, like, what is debt, right? We got $33.7 or $8 trillion in federal debt, but the Federal Reserve is it's definitely not our Federal Reserve, right? So whose debt is that? You know, it's not mine, it's not yours. So you consider, like, these banksters and what they did. You know, the Warburgs, the Schiffs, all the ones that came across in 1913, and the fact that a lot of people don't even really look at, like, 33, right? In 33, you had formal bankruptcy, Chapter 11 declared in Congress. Everybody can look this up for themselves. So we've never come out of that, and so much happened in 33, specifically as it pertains to nuclear program, specifically as it pertains to the creation of the SEC, and bringing, German vessels over to the United States. So there's just so much that, it's definitely, I respect every single person that wants and is trying to bring these truths to light, because at every corner, right, these people are so good at what they do that they're gonna lead you and allow you to get 90% of the way out, and then 10% they lodge into a corner, so then you feel like you don't have the full picture. But we just got to remember, these courts right now, as they stand currently, until we challenge their jurisdictions and until we start to get local and challenge every single civil jurisdiction, they're going to continue to rule the way that they feel is best in their own business interest, and that's never going to be in your best interest.
So then if they block all the information, how did you come to the conclusion that we were under the Swedish crown or the British crown?
Well, so when you start to call personal individuals and you ask certain questions, you start to find that people talk a lot more when you're not trying to have them on the record. I think Dr. Jan can speak on this a little bit.
Well, just a minute. I have to make sure my mic's on. Yeah.
Yes.
Michael is really good at more current. In 1066, William the Conqueror gave the bankers of the city of London the sovereignty. If the king or queen wants to go into the city of London, they have to get the Lord Mayor's permission to enter. It is truly a different country. It became a corporation. If you fast forward to the American Civil War, they ended up funding the South, the Confederates, because they wanted to break the greenback, and they wanted to make sure that our bonds became worthless so that they could buy up the bonds, because whomever was our president during this period and prior agreed in taking a loan from the City of London and promised it would be paid back in gold or silver. So they call it, I think I read an article, and I will call it crap paper, is basically the worthless fiat paper that was used. So then what happened when the U.S. owed all of this money and couldn't pay? That's when they had to make an agreement to join or to be under the control of the Crown Corporation. I am completely unfamiliar with any of the Swedish connections. I have to leave all of that up to Michael.
Yeah, we have something up in the Nexus as well. Mr. Cornelia have shared something there.
I can give you a quick one. So we have Rollo or Robert of Normandy, Viking. His son William Longsword is the one that starts the royal bloodline in 1066, and it just moves forward from there. And it's sort of, it goes to when things really pick up. It's when Elizabeth the First is kicking off the East India Company and making them the largest mercenary private company with their own shipyard and doing all of the nefarious stuff that they are doing. In parallel to that, Axel Oxenstierna is kicking off, or the heritage of Oxenstierna is kicking off the world's first central bank. And of course we have the era when Sweden is very involved in creating the national states, because they want to rule by central banking, because it's too expensive to hire in all the mercenaries to keep the European countries, which they had a large chunk of at that moment in time. So then it just goes along to more or less the same modus operandi, but we have, as Michael told before, if we just fast forward to 1932, the 12th of March, they pop, Ivar Krieger leaves us, and Aristide Briand, it's on his funeral day actually, and from that day on, the Third Reich project is a go, and from that on, it's full speed ahead. There is some information up there with Mr. Ring, which is actually the ring that Tolkien is referring to. So that is Mr. Norman Ring, the head of City of London in that perspective. And so the crown is more or less, Swedish, a little bit German, and UK all along. And they are cooperating.
If you just look at the current kings, right? So you start with King Charles III, right? And then you look at his cousin, King of Spain. King of the Netherlands is a cousin. King of Belgium is his cousin. Queen of Denmark, cousin. King of Norway, cousin. King of Sweden, cousin. So if you're operating, right, in this way where you control 56 nations, over 2 billion people, and 25% of the world, you're not going to let all of everything you're doing lead right back to you. You're gonna have different they call it the queen. Queen protects the king, right? So think of it like the Swedish crown electronically in the internet age, or cyber warfare protects the British crown. So they're going to have all their assets in different jurisdictions, and just like Dr. Jan said, even they won't even be held liable because the king isn't allowed to go into the city of London. So it's like you're protecting yourself with insurance, so that if let's say the economy crashes, the banks all fail. Well, now the queen and the kings can say, oh yeah, well that's the fault of the Rothschilds, that's the fault of the Rockefellers. Let's let them hang, right? So you're always one step away, so you're never coming after them. Right, it's not their fault. They just got the titles of nobility. They gave them titles of nobility, but that's just a coincidence.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. They are using the bagman, just as Soros he is pretty much a bagman for the Wallenbergs, and that is not a secret even. So. It's just that we have to recognize that.
Isn't that interesting, Matt? Though, like for example, right now the Arab-Israeli conflict. Who should really be to blame for that? The British, yeah. Because they're the ones who did all of that displacement. They're the ones who caused all those problems. But who are the last people that anyone's looking at or even thinking about right now?
Yeah, exactly. But I will share a little bit of that as well. Of course, Rothschild has to be in front of that. They are just hiding as per usual at that point in time. And now these are the same people that actually, previous to the Balfour Declaration, actually managed to get the Russian Revolution done. So they are really skilled at what they are doing. We could talk about that for hours. Dr. Halper-Heiss, I found your tweet and put it in the Jumbotron with the document signed by Mr. Trump. So for everybody, just go up there. I have also taken out the text in the tweet below, so you have it in just the text, because it could be a little hard to read on the picture. So, and also I'm sharing some other information up there. But yeah, Michael, you are spot on. So of course we have the nefarious families, the same ones that conducted the Third Reich project. They had to do the First World War in order to set up for the Second World War. And I know that I've said this 1,000 times, but we got many people in here, so I will repeat myself. At the end of the First World War, we had 13 central banks in the world. Today, we have just a handful of countries that don't have a central bank connected to the Bank of International Settlements, that is then connected to the IMF and to the World Bank, and by that also to the Fed, which is in private, have been in private operations all the time, enforcing by the Bretton Woods Treaty the dollar as a world currency, and that is the shift that we're having now, and that's why we see this banking system going sideways. The Ponzi scheme is over, the pyramid is falling, so to speak. Comments on that, Dr. Halper-Heiss or Michael, please?
Ladies first. Oh, is she there? She might have turned her mic off.
I actually turned it off.
I did.
So.
I turned my mic off because I was just sending via direct message other documents for you to post up there to the MOT bomb. That's all I can see. I'm sorry.
Bombadil, as in the Lord of the Rings.
Bombadil. Okay.
Yeah, the one that.
I'm sending you documents for you to share.
Thank you.
So, Michael, go ahead so I can finish this.
Sure.
We have a hand up as well.
Yes, that's good.
Yeah, Jeremiah, go.
Yeah, so I didn't want to divert away from that. But it's kind of a long-winded answer that didn't get to where I was wanting to go, but we'll move forward. My other answer for Michael Corey was on the Ericsson. Now I've done my old digging into Ericsson, which led me to Oracle, Workday, and a few other avenues, but it also led me all the way back to Israel. Back in, I think and don't quote me on this date, but it was 1952 or 1954. The CIA gave Israel our communication comms through a company I think was called Scepter. But anyways, which essentially does the same thing that Ericsson does. They still have that aspect as well as we speak right now, and Ericsson is underneath them. To that, during your research, because you've researched this extensively for 5 years, have you came across that? How would you say they work with the Crown of Sweden?
Yeah. Directly. I mean, so they're co-opted, right? All the crowns are co-opted. So you're just layering risk, and you're basically protecting yourself by saying, hey, we're all a part of this gang, and so mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. As you can see with how the UN and the BRICS nations are now operating versus how the UN operates versus, so on and so forth. But as far as it pertains to this specific, Warburg Pincus, right? So you look at Ericsson and what Obama was doing and what Bush was doing and how it connects back to 9/11. You trace it back from there to the 1996 Telecommunications Act. So with that, you basically took all rules, all laws, all jurisdictions, and you moved them into this cyber realm, where now everything is no holds barred and really like even more crazy than it was before. But to answer your question, it directly connects back to Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, and his assassination. So his assassination, the first prime minister of Israel is Ben Gurion. And Ben Gurion offers the presidency to Albert Einstein. And a lot of people don't really know this. And the year that he offers him the presidency is 52. So there's a lot of nefariousness that went on and went into that. But that's also around the time where you get that military-industrial complex speech, and then Kennedy comes in. But what people need to remember is that Kennedy's dad was actually the first SEC chair. He was the first chair of the Maritime Commission. And he was also United Kingdom, Great Britain ambassador, the 44th one. So he was aware of all of what was happening and how it was happening, how, the United States went bankrupt in 1933. So when you look at it from that perspective, a lot went on with Dimona and NUMEC and JFK's assassination that ties directly back to Israel. So if people look more into JFK and what he was really doing, you'll see that he was doing a lot more than just one thing. But it has to do with communications. It has to do with nuclear codes and also with Department of Energy. So I'd say you're definitely over the target, Jeremiah.
Well, to back that up, so when you say that CIA would be the more corrupt side of this, the way that they're infiltrating us, not invading us, along with the UK.
Well, so since the CIA is really a curation of MI6, so so think about it, right? If you're going to
true. I mean, you could say MI6, CIA, Mossad.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and Mossad is like the blackmail capital of the world, and the best at cyber, so to speak, because they're the most offended. But it's one of those things where like all agencies are going to have good and bad. But like the way I see it is like if the entity is infected, then it's got to go, right? So because I'm not going to be the one to sit here and make excuses for the CIA, but if you go around telling everyone that like everybody in the CIA is evil and they're all trying to do evil things to us, of course that's true to some extent, but to answer your question, yes, it all ties back to 47, and then you follow that year back in several other countries, and you'll see that like 47 was an impact year all around the world. And then within like 8 months, you have the state of Israel getting its mandate. You have the Nakba being removed from Palestine. And then you have just 2 or 3 years before that, you actually have what happens with the Holocaust, which a lot of people don't realize, like those are American corporations that were obviously put there for a reason. So it's British double dealing once again, because if people remember back in like 41, 38, the United States wasn't wanting to get into the war. We were forced into it because of Pearl Harbor and several other false flags.
Well, and to that, to bring that back to where we are today, so the United States, here in the United States, we have DARPA, right? In the UK, you have the same version of DARPA, which works with the United States, kind of like the Five Eyes, to do the things, the spying on the American people that the U.S. can't get away with. They also have a few other entities as well, like you have Q Intel Ltd in the UK, and then here in the United States, you have Q Intel LLC.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing with corporations is like, so for example, when I just retweeted this tweet I just put out, if you look at that, right, and you look at the charts, you'll see like, my goodness, all of these people are involved. And so I'll just read this off. But Donald Mayer Blinken, co-founder of the investment bank Warburg Pincus, the same firm that owned CrowdStrike, Telcordia, which goes on to become Ericsson, and Neustar, all in 2011. Donald co-founded the investment banking venture capital firm of E.M. Warburg Pincus & Co. in 1966. Ambassador Blinken graduated magna cum laude in economics from Harvard in 1948 after serving in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II. That's Western Union. So In that U.S. Army Air Corps location is where our submarine facility was. So really what was happening was we were being infiltrated by our what we perceived to be our ally, right, the British. And so it goes on to say, honorary trustee of the New York Philanthropic Society and overseer of the Nelson A. Rockefeller Institute of Government in Albany. Served as Secretary General of the World Federation of the United Nations Association from 2000 to 2004. He was a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, which was founded by Eric Warburg. He was the first president. The National Committee on American Foreign Policy and the board of the Project on Ethnic Relations. His son, Antony Blinken, from his first marriage, is the United States Secretary of State in the presidency of Joe Biden. In 2015, the Open Society Archives in Hungary was renamed the Vera and Donald Blinken Open Society Archives after receiving a major donation from the couple. Ambassador Blinken was awarded the U.S. Department of Defense Award for Distinguished Public Service, as well as being the first U.S. ambassador to receive the Republic of Hungary's highest civilian honor. His father and mother were both of Jewish descent, and his father was originally from Kiev, now the capital of Ukraine.
Yeah. Can I just say something, Jeremiah, before? Yeah. So, I mean, the interesting part here is that you have an entity that is on top of all of this. We call it the sixth eye in the five eyes, and that's actually Wallenberg and Ericsson, and they are. I don't know how much you know, but we have a lot of listeners here, but. So we are, many of us are Swedish here, and we are trying to tie in our perspective, and that's where Michael Rekory is kind of the bridge between us, and that's. But this entity that took control over your infrastructure, telecom, that is actually the Swedish company. So, and they have used this to their nefarious, and they go back to all the corruption in Israel, and I mean this is the deep state, right? And this is a global entity, and they are using their leverage of information in order to benefit themselves and control us, the people. So continue, Jeremiah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I couldn't tell who I was speaking with. Their mic wasn't lighting up, but you're absolutely right. And I've had extensive conversations with Mott about the Swedish and how they tie into a lot of this.
Great, very nice meeting you. I'm Cornelia. You can see me.
Okay.
They call me Miss White Hat. That's an epithet, that the haters gave me, but I use it now to my benefit.
There you go. So yeah, and I also I've done a lot into the Swedish digs into the Swedish princess or queen as well, and their ties into child trafficking and so on. And I'm not disputing that there's a lot of hands in this by any means, especially if you follow the bloodlines. There's some parts of it I don't understand. One of them being how we're a corporation. That still doesn't make sense to me. I'm kind of a sauce guy. I need to see the sauce, and I've yet to find the sauce on that aspect of it.
Jeremiah, I think we have the source up in the Jumbotron. That is the documentation I received from Dr. Halper Hayes. And so I urge everybody to go up and bookmark. There is quite a lot of information there, which jumps, but there are number 2 and number 3 in the Jumbotron. There is some really interesting documentation there. And so I urge everybody to go and have a look, and then I will humbly ask Dr. Halper Hayes to please enlighten us. Thank you.
And just to jump in real quick when she's ready to jump in, Jeremiah, when you move everything, so in 1906 to 1909, all of our corporations moved from New Jersey, which is a port in New Jersey, over to Delaware. And so when you consider that move, suddenly we went into this port jurisdiction, is Wilmington. where now if you want to try to get documents, like you want to try to find out more about a corporation that's in Delaware, the way that they operate, they won't let you. So I've seen several like United States Incorporated, that kind of stuff that leads back to Edinburgh, which is D6's capital. But it's one of those things where it's kind of like the wave of the magic wand, right? They're just like what the British does with offshore transactions, just send them offshore. And so it's one of those things where if they can keep you captivated and believing that it's real, then you're under the spell.
Yeah, and I also would just want to jump in. I mean, the oldest corporation in the world is named Stora, and that is it's a Swedish company, and it's from 1288, so 1288, long time ago, long before the US, and also the first central bank. So I mean, this system with all this cooperation and our personal security numbers. This is by design. I mean, to have all these policies, and I mean that we have been tied to. We haven't really questioned that. I mean, how can they just tax us? I mean, it's So this go way back to long before the US was even born.
Jeremiah, I sent you directly in a direct message U.S. corporation document. I also, Bombadil, I sent one more document to you. Unfortunately, I am now almost 10 minutes late for a podcast that I am booked for. So I am sorry that I have to leave, but Cornelia and I have an interview next on the 15th. And I will try to put together and be prepared so that I can explain some of these things, some of the questions that came up as well. And Cornelia, I was glad to see this little invitation in my DMs, and I thank everyone for including me.
Yeah, and thank you. Maybe we can schedule a space after our interview and do the same that we're doing now. I don't know how your schedule is, but if you could squeeze us in, we would really appreciate it.
Well, as long as Michael will join me.
Yeah, we are all here.
Yeah, I can make myself available.
Okay, great. All right, goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank
goodbye,
you, Dr. Jan.
Thank you for showing up, and have a great day. Thank you very much. We have some more speakers here, but I do not see any hands, so feel free to raise them. Otherwise, Mott Bombadil will have a little lecture for you here, history teaching, I guess. We are in a Swedish Mordorian space right now, and we are in the very core of the beginning of the deep state, in my meaning. What do you say about that, Mott Bombadil?
Oh yeah, that we are, and we have so many great listeners and speakers here, so we can talk to that. The last document from Dr. Halper Heiss is going into the Jumbotron right now. It is always hard to know where to start. Should we start at the Roman Empire? Should we start with the, Robert of Normandy, or wherever?
I think maybe Soros, SCB, quantum funds, and the Second World War. Maybe a little bit more recent, since we have so many new listeners.
Yeah.
So something known that even I can relate to. I'm not that as old as you, Mr. Mott.
Yeah.
I'm catching up though.
Thank you for that one. So, Michael, keep your mic open, and we will run through very quickly then, just a helicopter view of it. So we have the Warburgs, the Wallenbergs, they are cooperating in the early, let's say in the beginning, 1902, 3, 4, 5, 6, they are sitting in the Swedish parliament together. At the same time, the other Warburgs, big family, are plotting to, do the third attempt of the Federal Reserve. So we have this is the sort of the setup, and the plan is together with the UK intelligence and so on to do the First World War and the Russian Revolution in one go, and then also get the Ottoman Empire on the fall to remove the railway that is we're actually going where we have the conflict today, Israel, Palestine.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a key point. There is a little bit of oil and so on, but the nobles together with the Rothschilds had a good grip over at this point in time before after the Russian Revolution as well. So they have a good grip of the largest oil field, which is the Baku field in Russia. This is at the turn of the 20th century, so I am saying this correctly, but around 1901 or so. So they set this up. They set also up for the Fed. And as soon as Woodrow Wilson have signed the Fed, they do a false flag more or less to start the First World War, to gain the purpose of destroying the railway, destroying the Ottoman Empire, create an eternal war in this region, which we are seeing now. Over 100 years later, but now it's sort of getting to a closure there. We'll probably see Turkey stepping in here, and we will have like a geopolitical mess.
I think, Matt, I think that's a really important part, though, because when you consider what they were doing, the Russians, the Tsars, right, and the British and the Swedish, right, the crowns, were basically cutting off the Ottoman Empire and cutting them out, right? And then you have this Israel-Palestine deal. Well, that's mainly derived by the British. And so it's British double dealing the whole way through. So when you take a look at that perspective, you start to understand, oh, wow, this is actually a lot bigger deal for what's playing out right now, because it's not just a simple matter of like, here comes Israel attacking. Well, what did Israel do today? After they got through Gaza, supposedly, I've seen a video now. I have obviously, since you have to verify everything a million different times and ways with today's media and internet, I'm just going to go based off what I saw. But it appeared to be a soldier planting a flag saying that this land is ours and that it was taken from us 20 years ago. So it's like, wait a minute. So October 7th had nothing to do with October 7th? Because I thought you guys were just retaliating. Now you're suddenly planting a flag and taking land. Suddenly, this seems to be something totally different. So when you stop to consider it, you need to have all ports and entries secured if you're a state, right? Also, that land is look. I'm just going to say it. I don't care anymore. It's not their land. So, but they can take it by force, right? So whoever's got the power to take it by force, it's their land. So, but the reason why I say this conflict is about to ramp up and get so much worse is because who was cut out during that early 1900s is of course the Russians, that later on the Russians, but the Ottomans and the Arabs, right? So they didn't forget that, and I promise you, they're not about to be looking at the situation. It was very easy during the 60s, 70s, and 80s for the United States, the British, and Israel and other countries of the like to be able to get away with false flags and be the military powers of the world. Well, not so much anymore. Iran, Turkey, China, Russia. You really think that you're going to go up against those four plus all the Arab nations and win? That's asinine. That's absolutely insane to think that that's the case. And this time around, not only are the nations themselves realizing what took place, but a lot of the blame can actually be pinned on their fathers. So MBS, or their fathers or ancestors, right? So the people who came before them. So MBS could technically blame, those that came before him. The King of Jordan, Abdullah, he can blame his father. You know, so they all had that out. And if it's going to be the difference between, you know, hey, you're going to go along with what we say because we have blackmail on you, or, well, you know, their response is going to be, well, we got our people marching in the street, so we don't care if you have blackmail on us because we got to do what our people want. So unfortunately, we're going to do that. So unfortunately, here in America, we're like the most corrupt country on the planet and so compromised that we don't even realize what's actually happening. Unfortunately, our people aren't educated enough in geopolitical politics to know that the whole entire war on terror was fraudulent. You know, it was 100% curated and created by the likes of Mika, you know, Brzezinski. Look at the Brzezinskis in Al Qaeda. You know, of course, it's MI6, CIA, Mossad, but it gets lost on me when people are throwing around the word terrorism so willy-nilly and they don't stop to think, like, go look at the waterboarding and the enhanced interrogation techniques, and watch the movie The Report on Amazon Prime. You'll find that out of 122 waterboarded terrorists, right, that were, you know, bloodthirsty, hating America, wanting to kill everybody, 122 of them were innocent, and only 2 of them had done something criminal. So you couple that with 9/11. So we got 5 really bad terrorists in Guantanamo Bay, and they're the ones who are charged with the plot for 9/11. They charged them, oh my gosh, 23 years ago? Do you guys know that since they charged them, there has not been a single case held for 9/11? Why do you think that is? Because if they hold the case, then what ends up happening is either A, what you're telling us about 9/11 is true, and these are the culprits, so great, bring forth the evidence. Oh wait, you can't do that because you tortured them on CIA black sites that are not sovereign. You did it on property that was illegal, unconstitutional. So you're in this conundrum of sorts where you know, it's Guantanamo Bay, so there's really no restrictions or rules, no man's land. But at the same time, you can't charge them, and you also can't plea, because if you plea, the lawsuits will start flying. So
should we, Michael, very quickly then. Okay, we have 2 wars. Just the background for 9/11 and so on. I'm gonna be very quick about it. So we have the Second World War ends up.
We also have a hand. Yes, you know.
I'll be quick. Yes. So we have the Second World War ending with the start of the Cold War, with the nukes, with the fat man, the slim boy. We have some nefarious actions. We have the Wallenbergs, we have the Warburgs, we have Lise Meitner, we have Oppenheimer, we have the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. It all goes back to I.G. Farben, Wallenberg, Warburg, more or less. And then it sort of ends up with the paperclip and with the Cold War at the same time. So the Cold War ends when the Soviet Union decides to actually coup the deep state, and overnight they just shut it down, you know, creating, they had of course deals with these countries and so on. So the transition for what today is the European countries that were inside the Soviet Union, they had it's never a smooth ride, but you know, so in 91 they did this, and their counter move will be.
Hey, Matt, they're saying you gotta remove some stuff from the top because the space is crashing.
Oh, okay. Please, everybody, go and bookmark, and then secretary start deleting on the last ones. Please. So the counter move from the oligarchy is to create the war on terror instead. Of course, combined with lots of things, you know, implementing central banks and all of the usual stuff that they do. So now we are at the 9/11, but still the same players, same families, same agenda actually. But they had, you know, the Russians, they really did, you know, they put themselves in a bad spot for a decade. They had really big trouble with the oligarchy thing happening and everything. So. But that's sort of the main reason for 9/11. You need to have this war. You need to have some kind of narrative to spin so you can keep the opinion going for war and not looking at the banking system or the whatever. So over to you, Michael.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. I mean, I think another big piece of it is people don't really realize, like, Lee Harvey Oswald is actually direct descendant and related to Roosevelt, and so when you stop and you look at it on its head, you see the USSR, and you see that we've done a great job, at least the deep state has done a great job in blaming Russia, right? Well, during the disarmament period, while JFK was president, what a lot of people don't, I feel like a lot of people don't look deeper into is they use this cop out of Russia, but why are they doing that? Well, the reason, and I'll pull a few of these up so you guys can see what I'm talking about, is that this is the cop out. So Russia investigated the Black Saturday, which was October 27th, for the Cuban Missile Crisis. And if we look back to that, do you remember that, or do you have a lot on that, Mom?
Not so much actually, but of course we have the nefarious actor Mr. Dulles involved in this. He works, the infamous Dulles brothers, Sullivan and Cromwell. They are the handymans of the Wallenbergs and the Warburgs and so on. They are involved in everything here. Everything.
100%. Yeah. So
including
Good. No, I was just going to say this. Oh, wow, it is crashing. The space is crashing pretty bad. But the Swedes obviously helped to also try to get in with Ericsson into Russia back in 2011. And so obviously it was just recently that they got kicked out. But when you consider, so I'll go back to the nuclear missiles part. So Trump was linked to Russia, as was JFK, through the Atom Test Ban and the Nuclear Arms Treaty. Russia was put in charge of dismantling the Cuban missiles, and Oswald's Soviet Union was chosen as the lone gunman. Trump declassified the JFK files on October 28, 2017. So you look into that a little further, and you start to realize, okay, there's obviously more here than meets the eye. And one thing that JFK wanted more than anything else was peace. He also put forth a study on it's called the Report from Iron Mountain, where he was trying to figure out if peace was possible and if wars were unnecessary. And it came to be that they actually were, and peace is possible, and that wars aren't necessary. But of course, they killed JFK and they reclassified everything under Russian disinformation. So they tied it all to the 1992 JFK Presidential Records Act. And so that's where all the files are. And that's why to this day, you see them immediately blaming Trump, for Russia and linking JFK to Russia, because JFK also had a direct line from the Kremlin to the United States. August 30th, 1963, John F. Kennedy becomes the first U.S. president to have a direct phone line to the Kremlin in Moscow. It is dubbed the Red Hot Line. It was designed to facilitate communication between the president and, at the time, the Soviet premier. But again, Russia was a part of the Soviet Union at that time. So this is how they linked JFK to Russia and the Cuban Missile Crisis. There's much, much, much more to the Civil Rights Act that we'll come to find out soon, which wasn't passed until after JFK was killed. There's MK Ultra, which ties back to the Dulles brothers. JFK did not want to continue funding on Project MK Ultra. He wanted to dismantle the CIA. So it's a lot to take in. Maybe we should hit some of the hands, and then I'll keep rambling on.
Let's go to the man Stan, the one man Stan. Welcome.
Hey, yeah, thanks so much. I know we sit here, we talk about history quite a bit, and I usually always try to bring it back to the local scene that I've got going on here in my own county, with the hundreds of millions of dollars just going out the window, it seems, as I watch my county commission just give tons of money away. What are some things people can do moving forward? Because I'm, putting together a team to run a campaign as libertarian. We'll see how that goes. And I still continue to speak up at my local meetings. I'm getting a little bit of traction as far as people getting behind the message that aren't libertarian. A few libertarians are pretty hardcore on it. But, these courts continue to subjugate us at the local level more than even the federal level, I would say. They're subjugating even more of our citizens, including myself. I mean, what are some action items we can do to continue to move this ball forward?
Well, I mean, I could probably give you some of those in a space we'll be doing later. I don't know if that's what they want to be digging into over here, but I'd say keep doing what you're doing, and be relentless, man. Like, keep asking questions. If they tell you that you can't get access to this or that, ask someone else. Request it anyways. We're at this place in this country right now where everything is falling apart, and if we keep accepting the narrative that it's not really that bad, it's not what you're not seeing what you're seeing, don't believe your lying eyes, then we'll be the only ones left to blame for basically allowing it to happen. But I would just say, keep fighting, and I'll cover some more of that one, man, a little bit later if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I've got to work tonight, but I do have some public records on the way that's going to tie the judicial to the executive locally here and the commingling of those two branches. So hope to bring that evidence forward in some of my cases. So
that's real important, because people have to understand with the jurisdiction lifted. So the doctrine, what we're going to cover tonight is doctrine of discovery, because I really, really don't think people I get why they don't understand it, because it's like, geez, who would understand all this craziness? Go ahead.
I do really understand that, but before going to that,
you're also like Gandalf over here.
Yeah. But also I want to give a shout out to the one man stand, because he's a pioneer. He's among the first people that actually have handed over the Ericsson report to his sheriff and so on and so forth. I take off my hat for you, dear sir. I do that, and I do really respect and honor that civil courage and strength that you have shown during this period of time. So,
yeah, we respect what you're doing. We wish that we have had a few of those people over on this side of the pond as well. But we are doing it our way, and then this way. It is a Swedish space for mainly the Swedish audience. But everyone is welcome here. We're together in this shit, We have one more hand up, Mr. Voice, Brian, but I saw that Cornelia opened her microphone.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah. And this is also broadcasting live on my channel, and I forgot to say that Michael's report, the Ericsson report, is also available in Swedish for those and that's on my profile.
Yeah, translated by you, and worth mentioning.
Yeah,
Cornelia.
I think, I can't even remember who helped me, but Anna Iversen helped me, of course, and Shadow, I don't know her name, she doesn't want to tell me, but I had help from a few, and that's really great to have that information in Swedish. And I mean, imagine that an American has to do a report about the Swedish company, and we have to translate that into Swedish. That's hilarious, but thank you so much, Michael.
Well, I could add that since I have turned in the documents to not only the state capitol and the governor's office, but to several sheriff's office and several county commissions, that things seem to be happening, whether it's a coincidence or not. Systems are crashing here at my local county courthouse and county building. The government filings for corporations, the software and website has changed. So maybe it's just a coincidence, but maybe if you start doing things, if you start doing things in your city and town and state, you might see some changes too.
Tell him, one man, tell him about the as written piece, because I think that's a huge piece that maybe you're not quite yet wrapping your head around. But you said they hacked the court and The court was down for like a week, so they had to write out.
I think they're still down. It's been longer than a week, and so
the judges. So you go and you present the Erickson report and get it on the record, and everything shuts down. Huh?
The judges. So usually it's a CRM type system that I guess they've been using, where they just click to sign documents and whatnot, and then uploads automatically and emails everybody, and it's all automatic system. But the phones started to crash, and then the total computer system crashed, and now the judges are actually having to sign pen to paper on all their orders and that they're issuing through the court. So that's an interesting development.
As written, right?
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting development. They are signing it by hand, signing it with a pen and paper.
I think they are covering their tracks. It feels like it.
Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I got about some things too. But, as long as we have a better future moving forward, I guess, but somebody's got to be held accountable for this unconstitutional actions by the courts, because it continues even with the as written. So.
Absolutely, and the funny thing about that is like this version, right, is still kind of like the Bud Light version. There's a few more coming down the pipe, but we have to wait for a lot to come out through Trump's case, and a lot to come out through these civil hearings. So there's a couple more versions coming out. One is going to be an iteration that's much more simple and breaks it down to very basic levels, so people aren't having to like understand super complex telecommunications companies. But I also I'm doing that one for more like an awareness piece. But the report in and of itself, why I think it's so important is not because I want to sit there and talk about Ericsson all day and night, but because if you can understand how a message gets from one place to another and how systems operate, right, then you can't be duped again in the future. So it's more of like hey, understand how these systems work so that you can't be duped and lied to by these intelligence agencies moving forward.
With regards to what you said about the courts being so the Swedish court system as such were hacked just the other day, and just a couple of days before that, actually the oldest central bank in the world, like ground zero of central banking, 1668, actually went bankrupt. So there are things happening here as well, So that's more for the optics, I would say, but.
Maybe. I mean, I think they're also. I mean, they're out of money, right? So now the best excuse and the only excuse they've ever had is, oh, we got a cyber attack. It's shut everything down. We don't know what to do. So just expect that that's going to be the excuse. But yeah, shoot, they told us that for 2016 election, 2018, 2020, 2022. Have we heard or seen anything that's of substance as to where the hack derived or how it happened? No, because since the internet's been given away, you can't attribute anything to anyone else. So it's pretty wild. But,
the short description of internet for all the listeners is, because there's quite a few people, it's Wild West, and it became own legal realm when Ericsson were running it in the US and in 184 countries all over the world. They run the telecoms, and
230. 183 is the internet, but cell phone.
It's a crazy reach for the company from a very, very small country. You could easily so it's wild west. It's a really hard time for keeping the legal, but that's why Mr. Trump put them under the DOJ and Space Force in September 19 as a security threat to the United States of America, and that was a good thing. Now we are moving in the right direction. So with that said,
I just want to add something. Sorry, Mr. Voice. I just want to add something about our central bank, our Riksbank, the oldest Actually, in 2005, they delegated the printing of money by issuing loans to 4 banks in Sweden. So the central bank in Sweden are not issuing money that are used by common people, like ordinary people. So that's one thing, and this is I mean where the whole world was going. So the Riksbank, they are bankrupt due to BlackRock came here in 2021, and BlackRock was advisors for then. By then, they were under the Treasury, under the Trump administration. So they were here and they were helping the central bank to support buy stocks and bonds, mostly property bonds from SEB, actually, the Wallenberg Bank. That was the main part, not main, but a large part. So what happened now is that the value of all these investments has gone down. So when we say that they are minus 80 billion, how do you say that? Billion, 80 billion. That is actually today's currency. Tomorrow, if the value drops in the stock market, that can be much, much more. So I feel that this is a setup. This is a setup to actually crash the system. So this is working differently from if we talk, Michael, about Lebanon and the central bank. Maybe they have like accounts for people. In Sweden they don't. We don't have any accounts in the central bank. So this is kind of the role model for the whole world. So this was, and also we are 99% digital here. So we are the most digital country in the whole world. So this was where the whole world was going, into we are kind of the pilot, so to say. So now I go over to Mr. Voice, but I just wanted to add that because it's really interesting.
Yeah, thank you. And welcome, Mr. Voice. I see that Annette and Tired are up here and haven't raised their hands. I guess they requested the microphone just to say something. So please do some moves so that I know that you would like to speak. Otherwise, there are others that are trying to come up and talk, and they simply cannot because the requests, and we're a little overflowed here right now. So, Miss Voice, go ahead, please.
Thank you for the mic a moment. The intensity behind waiting on speakers, I know, especially when people have no choice but to wait on me. But I have this one little small thing that I want to point out that I'd like to know about myself. When it comes to considering the events that surrounded 9/11 and 2000 and 2001, these events and coming on forward here, I would like to suggest that calling out the key factor, I think the key factor myself, I'd like to point the finger at Bank of America. There was one by the name of Jim O'Neill, a Goldman Sachs Mr. The head of the House of Lords now, the founder of BRICS, Mr. Jim O'Neill, started his, well, I'm not sure about started his career, but I know in the 90s, he was in the Bank of America Assets Management Division, where Bank of America held all on paper assets, which as of recently suffering a huge, terrible loss of upwards.
Sorry, Annette, you have an open microphone, so we can hear you in the background.
They suffered terribly. 139, I'm going to say $150 billion. But you know what? Tacking it on, considering what that means in paper assets and the sellout of going digital, I would say that was likely probably a 20 or 30,000 trillion dollar incident right there that they had to put the books on. I would say that what's centered around going on in Bank of America up to the year 2000 would be the reason why the towers collapsed in 2001, because the same said Jim O'Neill went into the White House in 2000, where he was the head speechwriter for all editorials for press releases, the presidential and the educational departments, across the board, and then stepped into that role from 2002 to 2008, the Health and Human Services chief and chair and lead advisor, where he also was the lead advisor for the FDA and CDC. And those measures through the White House up until 2012, when he stepped out of that role and the CDC and FDA come under a little investigation, which was perpetrated. And I think all of these events have been perpetrated. Especially by the one said Mr. Founder of BRICS, Goldman Sachs' very own Mr. Jim O'Neill, Terrence James O'Neill, and Mr. Peter Thiel's hand. Where for some reason, all of these reports that keep coming up, these names are failed to be mentioned and their role in these positions, or centering around Sullivan and Cromwell and the things that took place in those positions. So why, knowing what the loss was in paper assets and the digital changeover and what led to 9/11, nobody's pointing a finger at any of these things that are changing over now, which I saw coming in the 90s, knowing these things, especially when J.D. Power and Associates was sold out to McGraw-Hill in 2005, and the Supreme Court took on a few new rules and determinations based on those standardizational guidelines. So, now 20 years later, the manifestation of what was done there in Bank of America and then the towers falling is a direct result of what we see now. Nobody's calling that part out, since the founder of BRICS just set his happy fucking ass down in the House of Lords as the head. They seem to be pushing legislation along thoroughly, especially in the face of the, being that they are the Reichstag, I guess. That's alarming to me. Everything that I've said is alarming to me, that of all the things that have been called out, none of those things are being mentioned. That from 92 to 96, 98, that we were sabotaged, literally. And that these events were all perpetrated. Now, everybody's pointing, even such as, Mr. Michael here accusing the United States of being just all corrupt. And I believe all of the corruption is perpetrated to make us look that way, for the destruction of the dollar. Because the dollar went out to all nations, and their use of it found all those that would be accused of wrong. So the need to get rid of the dollar and go all digital currency would suggest that, it's easier to hide it, the black market idea, the digital currency. It's easier to hide it since the audit process is far more simplified, right?
Yeah, so, I can agree to that.
It's in comparison to like the current system, which is just unaccountable completely. I think it's it's one of those things where there's not one answer for it, but you when you consider what the problem is, we can't keep pointing fingers, because other nations will look at that and say, well, whose fault is it that you bombed all of our nations? Whose fault is it that you sat idly by while your own government did all this stuff? So I get your point of saying, I'm not saying the American people are bad. I'm saying our government is the most corrupt government on the planet. And so, people, I think the trap that's being baited here for the digital age moving forward is to say, cryptocurrency is evil and, it doesn't work. Well, how well does the Federal Reserve work? Because currently what I would say is the Federal Reserve is the most corrupt entity, organization, banking industry thing that's ever come to be, especially considering the fact that you've had 100 years plus of it being around and zero accountability. So it's the idea that like we got to take it one step at a time, peel back as many layers as we can. I agree with you, Bank of America, no good. But it's also one of those things where you've got to look at the battlefield, and there's going to be things that you give and you take. If not, you're going to end up with an economy in a world where there's nothing to be restored, nothing to save, because everything will just go right down the toilet. So I agree with you on all the points you made, and I just think we should try our best to remain forward thinking. I think the idea that like CBDC, of course, that's not something I want at all.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Just a minute. No, sorry. No, I agree with you. I don't want to come into the room spaces or anything at all and be combative with you. I definitely agree with many of the points that you make. Right now, though, a thing that we're facing, like, they just released a report. This is a crucial report a little bit, I think, since the Q3 and the quarterly has come out. And, well, I seen a report that was released that suggested that since 1999, they've taken a survey from 1999 to present day that suggests, I think it's crucial, kind of a crucial report, 65%, likely 70% of all the credit debt that we face now was of average age, 25 to 35 range, new credit users, which would tell on certain generations of whether or not they allowed their kids or taught their kids. It's very accusing the way that they'll present these matters.
It's fraud. The whole thing is
right.
fraud. None of it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a big fraud. Coming to that, just one remark on the 9/11. We have Rumsfeld, who is a nefarious actor, been working for the Wallenbergs, and also then when he was doing that, he was on the board selling and handing over the nuclear technology to North Korea and Iran for the Wallenbergs, which in the company ABB Atom, which today is more or less Westinghouse. They still exist, but they have changed like the face outward to Westinghouse. So this is Rumsfeld. He is going from being Secretary of Defense to work for the Wallenbergs and then back in the Bush administration, and immediately starting to go at the same countries that he was selling the nuclear technology to. This is crazy stuff, but it is what it is. You can check him out. So and he's of course a key player in the events surrounding 9/11. So that gives you a quite well, let's say that there is an obvious connection and an obvious track record of Mr. Rumsfeld, I would say. And I'm happy to see Pan. Good day, sir. Nice to see you. I saw you were waving. I will yield and give the floor to you.
Yeah. Well, actually, Buzz was before.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't see hands. Sorry. Okay. Let Buzz go
let
first.
Pun go first.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Egentligen
bounce off of Michael real quick. Michael brought up Bank of America. I don't know how many people know the origins of Bank of America, but if you trace it back, it literally goes back to the Bank of Italy. Now, if you look at the founder of the Bank of Italy, it's also when you look at that name, who founded the Bank of Italy that helped America out at that time. That name and that family is also tied to a certain name by the name of Weishaupt. Oh, shit. Michael, I think we've heard that name before, haven't we?
Founder of the Illuminati.
And hold on. I want to clarify. Don't believe a damn thing I say. Look it up for yourself.
Dum. Everyone is looking.
Pun, for you only. I put banksters financing the Third Reich project by the Swedish, UK, and US oligarchy. Since we don't have a purple pill, I put it in the Jumbotron. You will see the continuation of that bank and the Wallenbergs, let's say how they hanged out with these guys. If I put the right one out, I've done too many.
Well, let me put it real short for everybody. The Bank of America is actually the Bank of Italy, Mazzini, a mild version of Operation Paperclip. There you go. There's your homework. Look it up. Find out for yourself.
There you go. Exactly. And the nice part of it is too, what people don't really look too deeply into, is they just made Julian Assange a honorary citizen of Rome, which is a big deal. It won't get applied until 2024, but the first files Julian ever had that he still has yet to release were files on Bank of America, actually. And so also another part for everyone to just look into and dig deeper into the banking stuff.
Yeah, dig. Buzz, have you dug any? Cornelia have her hand up as well, but Buzz, welcome.
Hello, my mic finally turned on. Well, I did my first FOIA for all the connections to Ericsson with my local department today, and I kind of put them on blast and been working on how to teach them through this FOIA process. This first one I did was built up by one of the AIs, and I think it came out pretty good. And I'm looking on how to compare that to your own material and see how to find any variations or such, and maybe lead me in different directions. I wish I was able to bring up the case of the soldiers that had perished, and I kind of missed that part just to complete the lesson to them. What was that?
I said I can forward it to you.
Yeah. And just been working on that. And to speak to something Mr. Voice said, kind of jumped out at me. I kind of do feel that we're being set up to be the fall guy on a lot of different ways. So something he said there resonated with me, and I would love to see a tweet, with him speaking more on that note. And yeah, just much love to y'all, my fam.
Thanks for doing it. And keep checking back in, right? Because as one man was just telling you, right? As soon as you put the report in, the whole court just started. Everything started being wonky and weird, and they got hacked. So I guess they're still the court is still down. So we're gonna. This is what I mean, guys. It's trial and error, right? But until you try and until you actually start doing, you never know, right? But we got to get these systems out of our local jurisdictions and communities. Otherwise, there's no way that we'll ever have anything free or fair moving forward.
I just want to say real quick, we do got some very nice guests in the chat. I would love for them to speak on, even though if they just joined, their input on some of the things we're talking about. We got people like Panda, Joe Rambo, Liz Churchill in here. Come on, guys. Love to hear from you.
Yeah, we would actually love to do that as well. So don't be shy. I mean, we are Swedish Vikings, but we don't have those stripes, you know. So just to grab a microphone, Cornelia, go.
Yeah, when we talk about Bank of America, we actually have a politician, our former finance minister. He is on the board, and I would love to say something when we talk about this structure that they have with the Bank of International Settlements, the telecom and the power grids. So everything, all the money that you have in your bank account, they are digital, right? Because you can transfer them. So when we talk about CBDC, and this is really controversial, I know, but when we talk about the plan and what is happening with, I mean, we have had one currency, the dollar, and actually SEB, they say that 90% of the world trade is done in dollar. Okay, so we have had a world currency already. And now we have BRICS, and they are almost 80%, if all that have applied, 80% of world GDP. They say, okay, we ditched the dollar. We don't want the dollar anymore. So what happened then? Yeah, so the treasury took control over the Fed, right? So in order to transfer all the money from the banks, from the private banks, you have to have something digital to meet up with. I mean, otherwise you had to go 100% analog. Then we have only cash, no bank accounts at all, right? So what you have to have a central bank under the people, as they have now in Russia. So, and
well,
you have to
decentralized, but yes.
What?
Decentralized. You said a central bank under the people, but when
yeah,
you say
a central bank, as you have one state bank that is under the people. So, and that they will have both digital and cash. So CBDC is not actually only digital. And in order to make from the private banks, when you transfer that to the central banks, I mean, in Sweden we don't have any accounts with the central bank. So in Russia they have federalized their central banks, and they can give out loans without any interest. They are forgiving loans, both in Russia and also to Africa and different countries, Cuba and so on. So what we are talking about is that if you're going to ditch all the private banks, right, you have to have something under the people.
Private central banks.
Yeah.
What she's saying. Hold on. No, she's right. It's got to be a centralized bank in this manner, because if you decentralize it, Michael, the very freedoms that you think you're giving people, you're also giving those that are not good people, and those are not trackable.
I'm just saying we got to get out from underneath the Federal Reserve central banking system.
But
I agree.
But I'm sorry. Just hear me out, because I've never said this in English, and I'm into finance, you know that, and I'm trying to teach this to the Swedish because we have the oldest central bank. Okay, in Sweden we have 99% digital krona. That is not from the central bank. That is from the private banks. Okay, so 99% of all the kronas are digital and from the private banks. And they issue that when they give a loan. So what they haven't created is the interest. So that's why you have this, you always have to compete, because there is no liquidity. There's never enough liquidity. Can never be enough liquidity. Okay, let's say we ditch that, but we don't want the people to lose all their money. Then you have to have something digital that can meet up, because you have two solutions. Okay, one, you create something digital under the people. Two, you go 100% analog. Then it's only cash. then we don't even need a bank account, right? And that is not really. I think we want a mix. So
I think you're right. That would have to be, because the governments would need a way, and I can vouch for that and say honestly, for the governments of the world to have a way to be able to meet in the middle, some kind of a deal or compromise. Yes, but our process here of wanting smaller government, and that to be digitized where there's flexibility among the people. Where they got them here was making corporation entities as person status.
Now, I know, but
in banking, there's only 3 places that money can be put. If they've taken the debt from the credit and they've moved it into private banking, well, that's going to put hard constraints on the private banking, which the public sector will suffer. Now, if they had put that debt on the public, then the private would have suffered. We would see the immediate results in the public's face of our demand. We are the interest. I was only going to suggest that you hit the nail, that they haven't created the interest. They have. You're talking to us.
What do you mean they have created the interest? They haven't, because when they issue a loan, that is, let's say I buy a house. So I go to the bank and they give me a mortgage, right? And then I pay you because I buy your house. So the money in your bank account is actually my loan, right? But I have to pay interest on that. And that interest is not created. That's why you have to have more and more loans. You have to issue more and more loans in order to be able to pay the interest. Okay, so we have a problem.
And then they transfer it, and it's all funny money in the end. I'm telling you, as someone who worked there and pulled all of the documents and data, it's all funny money. It's all BS.
Me too. But
the people would be the host body house, not the homes and the buildings. The people would be the host body house, and the people change with it, and the people have to match the order there. My suggestion is that Britain the Germans had all intentions of us dying with the Queen by vaccination. That would be what the Parliamentary Act of John F. Kennedy's memorial would suggest. I know that sounds heavy, but that's exactly what it suggested. The bombs.
It's just when you got to move from a system that's broken and not working, and into something that 75% of the population agrees upon. It's going to be the best option that works, right? So really, the option will find us. We don't have to, be going nuts. What's going to happen with the money? What's going to happen with the money? What are we going to do afterwards, right? The solution will present itself, and if it's not the best solution, then the better solution will present itself thereafter. So I think.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to finish up. This is how I see it, and this is maybe a perspective.
Please don't interrupt her. Let her speak.
Yeah. I'm really fast now. So what we have is a system that this is too late. We have debt saturation. So debt saturation is a point when more than 50% of all new money created by issuing loans goes back to pay interest, right? So that point is, we are beyond that point. So the only solution is what we see, that is debt forgiveness. And in order for us not to, since our money are loans, someone's loans, and the banks have issued them illegally, what have they done? They have just, put it in the computer. So what we can do is to null and void all the loans, transfer the money into a new bank. Then you have to have digital and analog, right? Cash and digital. Otherwise, we go 100% digital, 100% analog. That is not an option. Then we're not. Should we go back to just use cash? No. So. And this is, if we look at BRICS, if we look at Russia, this is exactly what they are doing. They are doing debt forgiveness. They have federalized the central banks. they have tied the ruble to gold, and they have a maximum amount of rubles, so they can't just issue new money, and they don't have a profit interest because they are under the people. So this is what happened, and this will happen all over. So when we say that, okay, we are against CBDC, what's the option? Is it the private banks that illegally just put us all into debt? So we have to think about, what is this? I mean, is there a plan? Is there a continuity of government? Is Federal Reserve under the Treasury? Yes, it is. From March 2020, it is. Okay, so Federal Reserve is not even private anymore. So when we are talking about, I mean, we have to think, I mean, what should we do? So, I mean, and a lot of truthers in the US, they are promoting different solutions, I see, but then you always have to position yourself, and you have to have the information leverage. But not all, globally can do that. So I just want to throw this in here and say that maybe CBDC is not what the banksters tell us it is. Maybe it is something good for the people, and it's not. I mean, we have even seen the new dollar. It will not be 100% digital, and it's already digital. But now it's. I mean, on top of this system, we have Wallenberg at Bank of International Settlements, and they actually funded ISIS for 17 years. Is that, do we want to keep that, or yeah? So I threw this in here, guys, and
it will be open source. It will be blockchain. It will be total open, so for everyone to see. So the corruption will be gone by that. The QFS is what you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, and that is BRICS. I mean, what they will call it in the end. I mean, now they don't want to bank run. They don't want people to be afraid. So, but all this narrative and the counter narrative. I mean, what are from the banksters? What are from the ruling elite? Who errands are we running? We have to think about this. And when I listen to US Spaces and podcasts, is all bad, but we already have everything that you have in your bank is digital already. So
100%. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and that's the thing that I always try to emphasize when people bring up the currency or the monetary policy conversation. We have it on Quantum Party when you go through the either the banking page or you go through Reformat America. We put it right there that we see a in-between option that's decentralized, that's accountable, that's open source, and that can be tracked and traced. So it's one of those conversations where the moment you say CBDC, people just it's like saying Hitler. So
yeah, I know, but I think that's wrong, and I think that is from the banksters. They are promoting that, so we have this controlled opposition everywhere, and they are trying to. I mean, we have to think logically about this. What do we want? 100% analog?
Yeah,
it will be hard to ship the bills, the new currency in paper money for a bread or loaf or whatever you want to buy from overseas or whatever. So the digital will be there whether we like it or not.
But in analog, the process, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say about analog the same way that I would about smart people. I know that very, very, very smart people have a hard time waiting on the poorest among us to catch up, right? They would almost be willing to just go ahead and scrape the poor-minded and those that are offensive so that they didn't have to, wait on them to catch up, so to speak. I'm going to say that same thing about analog. Analog, the process behind paper and clerical means, audits and, checks and balances it does work. And that is where the corruption was caught. Before this manner, it was only a form of digital or black market, that kind of currency coming along. And they had
Look
that
at
worked out
Obama,
first.
yeah.
Right, but they had that worked out first. So when I look at this SEC, this new that they're going with, all it shows me is that they've got it worked out so that, you know, they know how to hide what they need to hide. And but analog is, you have no idea how truthful it is. Why is analog truthful? Because it requires people, clerical matters, and people, in multiple individuals looking at something can spot something and call it out better than programming for it to miss certain things.
100%. I mean, we have to have a combination, right? But I mean, we should really demand. I mean, look at all the on every trade they take percentage all the time for all transaction. I mean, a couple of transactions, the money is gone, right? And that's digital. How much does it cost really to transfer? It doesn't cost anything for them. So they have really filled their pockets. And also when you buy stocks, you pay quotage, how do you say that, on every trade. And this is just hilarious, you know.
Well, that's why an instant.
I mean, I'll stop. I'd love to hear from everybody else. I'll step down. But listen, the idea that you need to picture when you're thinking about the way that they themselves would skim off the top is like a bartender running a till. Okay, he can drink all night as long as he doesn't put no damn money in his pocket. Well, drinking is money too, and they see it that way also. So a bartender, just think about that. Let that sink in.
Great chatting with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Michael, so when it comes to the, let's call it the nefarious stock market, which is sort of wild west anyways, what do you think about, what's your opinion on
do you want to take the two hands, and then I'll talk about that for as long as you want.
Yeah, JP100 had his palm up first. Welcome to the space, JP.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So great conversation. Glad you touched on a lot of things. So I'd like to respond to a couple of points that Cornelia, I'm sorry, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, Cornelia.
Okay. Yeah, so you touched on a lot of very, very pertinent points, right? So, but I disagree with most of them, but not all of them. I'll start on the positive. So you're describing, I think at a high level, full custody banking. Would you agree with that?
I'm referring to the system as it works now globally, and that's out of the Bank of International Settlements. So
no,
I'm talking about
the end game you were describing.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The end game is kind of, I mean, referring what we have today from this deep state, the private, central banks and private banks, because the private banks is more important even than the central banks. The central banks just say that they have a lot of leverage, but actually, I mean, the day-to-day money that we use come from the private banks. So yeah.
Well, that describe, so you effectively you're describing what I refer to as custody banking, which is the exact the exact opposite of reserve banking, which is what we have today, which is what you're describing, where debt is actually money creation, right? For instance, the typical model, which is used in the West and all G20 nations and beyond, right? You deposit $1 into a bank, and the bank turns around and lends that dollar out 9 times, right? That is effectively where money is created. in the United States and every other country.
That's the narrative. That's the narrative. But actually, they created out of thin air when they issue a loan. So that is, I mean, yeah, that's the official story, but it's not the facts.
Well, the thin air part is actually done at the Treasury level, right? That's effectively where a check is drawn on a zero balance account, right? But at the banking level, after the Treasury creates that money and transfers those fictitious digits into a database, and the bank has a deposit and it's on its books, then it can turn around and lend that out, leveraged up another 10 times. So it's a two-tiered system.
Why 10 times? Why not 20 times? I mean, this is the narrative, and I want to, because I mean, it's not the Treasury that issue the money.
Well, I agree. It is. I agree. It does multiply, right? Because so the initial dollar gets deposited into the bank from the Treasury, right? Which was created out of selling Treasury bonds, which blew up today because of a malware attack in China. But that's a different story.
So what you're talking about is just that is less than 1%. The main money that we use is actually from the private banks when they issue a loan.
Oh, okay.
That's 99%
I'm sorry. No, I'm agreeing with you. So I just took a step backwards, but I'll go forward. So it does multiply, right? So that first dollar that's deposited into the bank that came from the Treasury, that gets lent out 90%, right? So again, the fractional reserve, where they only need to keep, let's use 10% as a round number for easy math. So that the bank has a dollar on account. It lends that out effectively nine more times to 9 more people. But then, and here's where we agree, that when that money gets deposited back into the bank, it grows exponentially because those people do it again and again and again. And that's where the House of Cards pyramid is built. And that's what the global economy is built on, where you said eventually you get to a point where the outstanding debt exceeds in literal terms the M2 money supply,
which we far exceeded already.
Debt saturation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So okay, so that's point number one.
I'm just going to put the word on that, so that for the audience. What I refer to there is the accumulated interest cost that will sit on top of every created unit of money or currency or whatever you want to call it. So it's the accumulated interest cost that will over time will hit, and it has done that now, of course, a long time ago, actually.
Sure.
But
just for the terminology.
That is the same. It's the same, but I have the next step, and the next step is the point when you have the liquidity problem, and the liquidity problem.
I have you have the point, but I have the mic. Hold on. So I'm sorry, you interrupted my train of thought. Let's not interrupt so much. So the second point you brought up was that you described essentially a debt jubilee, and you used Moscow and Riyadh as benchmarks for reference. That is where my biggest bone of contention is with what you're describing. In a capitalist society, you're never going to have a successful debt jubilee. You can only have it in a monarchy or in a communist society, because the people in control already own all the assets. So it doesn't cost them anything effectively to have a debt jubilee. That only works again in Riyadh and in Moscow. So don't look to them as the shining city on the hill. That is the most. That is the worst thing in the world to do.
Well, JP, what you got to realize is that it's those countries that caused this, right? The infiltration that caused the Federal Reserve to be propagated and created in the first place. So when you tie that in back to Erickson, and you tie that in back to Warburg Pincus, and you tie that back into vaccines and all the things that they've done to the American people, that is the literal definition of terrorism, economic terrorism and literal terrorism. So at some point, right, you can't hold yourself accountable for all this debt that we could never, ever pay off. Like, it's just not possible. So you have to have a moment exactly like this to say, hey, we're going to, European royals, you guys are the ones who came in here. You're the ones who fixed our elections. You're the ones who spied on our presidents for the last so many years. Great. This is your $33.8 trillion in debt. Awesome. Staple it to them. See you later. Right? It's debt. It's not actual money. It's funny money. It's the fact that we even allowed this kind of a system to operate as long as we have. It's a faith-based dollar. There's nothing backing it. So
I totally agree with you.
Over to hey, sorry, EP. Cornelia, what about the interest?
Yeah, I just want to say that when we talk about, I mean, the central banks, I mean, this is a private entity, and you have the central banks, you have the BIS, and you have the private banks, right? So when I talk about central bank, I don't talk about the central bank as it is now, private. I talk about, under the people. We have to have some kind of bank in the future, but we can't have, I mean, all this mountain of debt that goes back hundreds of years that was illegal in the first place. I mean, so when you talk about the government and states, they are not the one controlling the system. This was private. So 100%. So when we talk about a government or under the people, I talk about a reformed bank under the people, that is transparent.
For sure, 100%. I couldn't agree more. Let's go to Punisher real quick, and then TGK. Back to you, JP, if that's okay.
Thank you, JP. Punisher.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, I'm not trying to put anybody down. I'm not, but any complacency for CBDCs or central bank digital currency, that's a fallacy. I'm sorry, but that's an absolute fucking farce. What it leads to is another form of control. That's it. That's all it's about. It doesn't matter whether you want to break it down in any way that you try to seem to benefit from your perspective. All you got to do is look at the Canada Convoy. Look at the social credit score of China. There is absolutely no benefit to central banking digital currency. It is coming to America. I'm not going to doubt that. But if you defend it in any way, you are actually part of the problem. I'm standing firm in saying that. I'm sorry, but there is no justification for it at all. I'm sorry.
Actually, there is.
No. I stand my ground. That's it.
Hang on, everyone. Punisher, speak to a point, and then over to Cornelia.
You can try to defend it in any way.
Did I lose my hearing there?
Me too.
We lost you, Pan, for a little while there. So please go back 30 seconds.
I think we dropped him.
No, I can see him on my screen. So
yeah, the microphone went off. So
he might have got a phone call. That might be what.
Lizzie called me literally while I was trying to talk to y'all. Thank you.
Okay.
A lot, Lizzie.
Continue, please.
Appreciate it.
So Pan, 30 seconds back. So go ahead.
No, that's pretty much all I had to say. Is there's no benefit from CBDC at all, none whatsoever. And like I said, anyone who tries to defend it, I'm sorry, you are absolutely wrong. I'm just stating that flat out.
Well, we'll let Cornelia respond. I just think it's guys. I think the way that when you look at it and you break it down, it's semantics, right? So whatever technology or utility is going to be the utility that the people choose will be what we use moving forward, right? It's not going to be something that's, and I mean, let's also take into context that like we kind of already have a digital currency. If you think about your cell phone, right? It's got an IMEI number, it's got an IP address, it's got several other identifiers. You've got almost all your credit cards, all your bank information, everything is in this phone. And there's no rules
Well,
or
I'll tell you what,
restrictions.
Michael, not to interrupt you, but it's not a very popular post. It's not gotten a whole lot of views and clicks, but everyone needs to go on my page and look at the post that I put out today. Is AI taking us over? When you look at that post, look at all the massive, numerous examples I give. And it'll literally make you think, okay, we're heading in the wrong direction. And CBDC is part of that direction. I will not defend it in any way, shape, or form. Sorry, I won't.
No,
You're
you don't have to, bro. But I mean, let's. I mean, the money have to be stored. Would you prefer that the Wallenberg family that have controlled the whole globe, or if it's flat or what the fuck ever, would continue to do that, and or that it is controlled by AI or a quantum financial system that actually can be transparent and that to everyone to see, an open source, a blockchain technology, and so that we do not have to interfere with it, and no one is taking a personal benefit out of it. That is my question to Cornelia.
I just love this conversation. This is the first time I talked with you guys, and I know your firm point. So I know I'm provoking here, but you know, I think we are talking about. I mean, I have my points, and I don't talk about. I mean, the central bank now is private. So when we say, oh, the government sees you, no, it has never been the government that saw you. It's actually Wallenberg, the telecom infrastructure. So even if you have like crypto, you still need this telecom infrastructure. And who has controlled that? Who has controlled and could see all of the transaction? Yeah, this criminal syndicate that also funded and sponsored ISIS for 17 years. So your enemy is not your government, I can tell you. It's all the private companies that and all your career politicians that have sold their soul and sold out the people. So when you talk about your enemy, it's not your government. I can tell you that. It's these private entities that has controlled the banking system. So, okay, we move on.
And they are controlling the governments worldwide.
yeah, of course,
partnered with them.
Yeah, exactly, because they want money, and I mean, what leverage do they have? Let's say, yeah.
Cornelia, I think we get the point there. I think with this great audience and these great speakers here, I think everybody understands that the oligarchy is printing money, and therefore they have the ability to corrupt and run the governments with corrupted people. We have all. I think we can agree upon that. I think everybody can agree upon that. It is a bad situation, and we have corrupted governments. And we have some hands here, and I think TGK has his hand up for like forever, and we also have Jon, but we need to go to the hands, Cornelia. So TGK, go ahead, sir, and welcome to the space.
Yes, thank you, Mott. Hello to all you Swedes out there. Good to see you guys again. Couple things with that. One, I agree with Pun. When you have the biz that literally came out today and they're central to innovating financial systems, the biz chief says, so they want the CBDC. So do you really trust the biz? Can you? The other thing, I had a question for you, Michael. So the Vegano book is written by a Robert Moynihan. Is there a chance he's related to John?
I saw that today.
I'm kind of curious about that. I was going to ask Larry, message him and ask Larry or them, but
he was supposed to be popping into my space tonight. I thought that too. I tweeted something today about Moynihan. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be a good question.
I was going to come up and ask you a couple nights ago, but you guys were so full. I just like, all right, I'll ask him later. But yeah, I got to look and I'm like, wait a minute. Moynihan. Wait a minute here. Now, this is kind of weird because it would make sense, right? Because then they'd have some tax information coming from there.
Hey, man, wherever it's coming from, as long as it's a good fight, I'm good with it,
Awesome.
That's what I say. I'm good. I just wanted to pop up. Hello, everyone. Good to see everyone. Been busy. Love y'all. Keep going, Michael. You know it is. You too, Mott.
Yeah,
thank you, TK. Thank you, TK. It's always a pleasure to see you, and we have not been able to speak as much as we should, but you are dearly appreciated, sir. And with that said, we are going to another person that have lots of things to say about things, and that is John. Go ahead, John. Welcome to the space.
Hey, Matt. Thank you. Hi, Secretary and Magnus. Just wanted to add something off what you were saying, Punisher, real quick, because it's not only coming, it's literally already built into the governing legislative text written into HHS. I've been digging through documentation trying to find that. As soon as I do, I'll definitely put it up here, but I literally got it from their memorandums and things they put out from their website. So it's not something that I just found, idly, sifting through shit on here. So it literally was from 2022, right around fall time. It's written in there in language that's very interesting because it talks about the digital assets, but it also talks about the coinage aspect of it, of the CBDC, and it calls out CBDC specifically. What's scary about that is, once again, here we go with the privatized entities. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, this was all part of the court case, Virginia v. EPA, because it was more than just stating that the, Environmental Protection Agency didn't have certain, authorities. It was literally saying that these sub-agencies are not governments. They can't govern as if they can make laws. So, it's one of those things where, yes, they do. They're a branch. They're a part of. But I mean, let's go back to Obama and Obamacare and what the hell, circus act that was all, done at that point in time, which is still affecting everybody at this moment in time. So I just wanted to add that because, it's one of those things where what has been the common denominator that has been, pretty much collectively across, all countries, in some facet agreed upon rate of exchange, and that's gold and silver. And I mean, the truth of it is, I'm not saying like, unload everything and invest in that. You can, sure, but have something tangible on hand, invest in something that's physically available, land, so on and so forth, if you have the means. Do what you can to prepare, look into your bank. There are options through some credit unions. I'm not saying that's the way to go necessarily, but you got to look at your options and protect yourself financially, because what's coming down the pipeline is a very forced directive of another funnel. So, but thanks for having the space, guys. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Go ahead.
I mean, if the market is going to crash and it's supposed to don't have people having stocked up on a currency that are flawed by default, I don't know. I mean, you can't eat gold. Yeah, sure. Invest in shit that you can help your neighbor with and help everyone. Just don't go in with the mindset that I have to save myself in this, because everyone will be will be hurt by this. So think of everyone, not the egoism, the altruism. That's my 5 cents about that. But I mean, yeah, do whatever you want with your digital confetti. Be my guest. Let's go to Jeremiah.
Yeah, hey, sorry. So I wanted to jump back up here. I wasn't going to bring this topic up, but since you guys did, I just wanted to point out, going back to the Bankrupt Corporation of America, I believe we are controlled by a corporation. You guys stated that a few minutes ago. And that leads all the way up to the top, which is your BlackRocks and your Vanguards. And that leads over to your bloodlines and to your Swedish crown, so forth and so on. But I want to make a point to that. The thing that's going to hurt the most is a lot of things that are funding your Vanguard are your pensions. And that's going to tick a lot of people off when they figure that out. But that is your bankrupt corporation, not the bankrupt corporation of the United States. That's what's funding.
And it's the same
everything.
in Sweden. The pension funds are already gone. They're played and gone long ago. And it's just debt, bro.
Yeah. When Vanguard goes bankrupt, which they have, your pensions are gone.
With regards of that, when we say Vanguard and BlackRock, we should also call out Investor, because they are, according to the SEC and so on and so forth, the official information that is available, they are the heavy hitters within Vanguard and BlackRock as well. So that ties back to the Wallenbergs. I think I put the article up on top there. You can check it out.
For sure. If you looked into anything, you know there's the face, right? And that's your Vanguard. Has anybody ever taken the time to look behind Vanguard? Like, who's behind Vanguard?
The shareholders.
What was that, JP?
The investors, actually, right? They're just a fiduciary, right?
There's actually companies that are behind. They stay quiet. They stay in the shadows.
There is actually a company called Investor.
Yeah.
Yeah, owned by the Wallenberg that owns the whole fucking world.
Well, not really. Not really. They have good help as well. I will put it up. I did as good as I could, and I will put it up and I will quote Punisher on that. Don't take anything for given. Check it out. That was the best I could do. It's up in the Jumbotron since we don't have a purple pill. I dug into it as best as I could, and using the SEC, the 13Fs and all of this, the available information. They cross-own each other, forth and back. So it's even back in the 40s, they were really tricky on this. There were a couple of Dutch guys that wrote a book, The Art of Cloaking, how they conducted all of this nefarious bank business, financing the Third Reich project and getting the Bank of International Settlements to be something totally different than it was intended to on the surface. So it shifted shape when McKittrick took it over. He was the protege of Wallenberg, and the Wallenbergs and the Warburgs, they were all in on it, even the Bank of England and the City of London with Mr. Ring, Norman Ring, which is the ring according to Tolkien. He even writes about this. So
yeah, he's awesome. He's one of the worst.
He was really a piece of work. But
if I
and nobody talks about Apple either. Sorry to interrupt, Jeremiah. I was just going to say Apple owns a massive amount of stake in a majority of corporations as well, and they're never really talked about too much either.
Yeah, and before we get too far derailed away from that, I just wanted to agree with what Punisher said. There is no digital currency, and if we go that route, it's just switching. It's just turning the hand. It's switching from one bad situation to another. Everybody hears about I forget his name, Friedman situation. What is it, NTF? But nobody talks about the issues with Genesis and how Genesis Bitcoin and all the companies and the billions of dollars that they're in.
Well, hey, Jeremiah, let me say this real quick. For anyone who dares to give any positivity for CBDCs, send me access to your bank account right now. Anyone in this chat, I dare you.
Take it easy.
Hold on.
Well, yeah, it's.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Will anyone do it? Will anyone in this chat send me the actual access to their bank account? I guarantee you, none of you fucking will. That's the point.
But I mean the problem in the world
There is no but. You don't get it.
He's 100% right.
No. He's not 100% right. I mean the problem really is the problem with the banking system now is the interest. The interest is accumulating over time. Okay, so the problem is the interest, and that make a shortage.
Oh, the problem is interest.
Wait, I was talking.
Hang on. Let the lady talk. Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, we don't come anywhere when we discuss from that perspective. I mean, what do you suggest? 100% analog? Is that what you suggest, or is it crypto? The crypto is going also on the same telecom infrastructure, and I can tell you that I mean the Space Force now have taken control over Ericsson. First it was the DOJ, but now you have a continuity of government. You are under siege. There's a military occupancy. So now it's the Space Force. So, and this Ericsson also has a Red Bee media with 500 TV stations. So they have the bullhorn, to send out the propaganda. They also have the bees. They have ABB, and they have a company called Investor. That's really good. If you Google that, how many hits do you have? They also have another company called FAM, F-A-M, and that's 16 different foundations.
It's all up in the bubble.
One moment.
Hang on. It's up in the Jumbotron. It explains pretty much about Investor, Vanguard, and BlackRock, as good as I have been able to do it. Actually, so that is a good description. But
otherwise, let Cornelia speak, please. She wasn't real down there, I think.
No. But I'm just telling, so you can read for yourself. And sorry, Cornelia, I was just
we are all grown ups. We are coming from different perspectives. When I talk about CBDC, I talk about the digital currency. We already have almost 99% of all currencies globally are digital. I mean, most of everything that you can have in a bank account is digital. So now you have a private digital currency. And what about a government? I believe that we are in a military sting operation. I know that they have taken control over Wallenberg and all their companies. So they've been taken down. Also, Fed has been taken over by the Treasury. So, but what should they do with all the money that the private banks illegally have created? You have to meet up with something digital under the people. So this is this is a dead end. If you think like that, the only option is 100% analog. That won't happen. That will never happen. So,
real quick,
yeah.
Thank you guys for letting me pop in. I gotta jump out, but hopefully I'll catch you guys into a space either later or either if you guys are still going once I come back.
We will probably
of
shut
November.
this one down pretty soon because we have been running for 12 hours pretty much straight. So thank you very much, Michael, for stopping by, and we'll see each other later, no doubt.
But on the 15th.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, definitely. If not before.
Just real quick, before we all get back started, I want to listen to you all's arguments.
No.
Okay.
No, shut the fuck up, please. Sorry. No. We will try to close this one, but we'll have to go through the hands though first, of course. But I don't think Cornelia was really done there. Were you?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm just. This is not the last time we speak, and I wanted
No.
to throw this out there and give you something to think about. I'm not protecting this illegal Ponzi scheme that is run by the corrupt private banksters. That is not what I am talking about. A different currency, but of course partially digital.
Yeah. Okay. Punisher. Go.
Yeah, Cornelia, will you give me access to your bank account right now?
Well, I don't have much money, dear, because I mean
I'm not asking what
yeah,
you have in it.
I can give it to you. I mean, it's actually Wallenberg already have access to my bank account and Space Force because it's digital.
So
Everything.
you will DM me access to your actual bank account right now.
But I mean, what are you aiming at? Do you have a digital dollar? Do you have something in your bank account? Then you have a digital dollar.
I'm trying to prove a point.
Yeah, okay.
What point are you trying to prove? Because I'm curious actually.
Well, I want to know right now. This is to Cornelia. Would you give access to your actual bank account to a random stranger on the internet right now? Yes or no?
Well, you already do that, bro. Everyone is doing that already right now. To private pockets, controlled for their own purpose, and they're sucking you dry, and they make you work for it, and you think that you're working for yourself. You're working for them. Now you will be in the new system, in my belief, that you will actually work for yourself with no interest and a little bit of tax. That's how I see it. And it has to be controlled by something. And by the way, this is Cornelia's after talk after a talk with Derek Johnson in her live in the YouTube channel, Cornelia Unfiltered. So you can check that one out as well. But thank you very much, Punisher. But that's how I see about it. Let's go to JP. Have had it up for a long time. Then Mr. Voice, Jeremiah. Then off the pillow, I stepped up. So make it brief, please. I have been up for way too long. JP.
Thank you so much. I'll be as succinct as possible. So, in one major point which I haven't heard brought up, which may have been, is the critical distinction between, well, two things, right? Cornelia I'm sorry, she's conflating digital dollars with CDBCs, right? They're two completely different things. You can't put them in the same breath. Now, with that said, this is the critical factor that's being missed. In this new world order, this WEF biz pigman Tetros world global reset, there are two different distinct CDBCs that are currently being implemented. They're not just being proposed. I agree with an earlier speaker that there's nothing theoretical about this. This is very much in motion, right? Whether we like it or not, it's coming, right? So here's my main point. There's a completely distinct and separate path between retail and wholesale CDBCs. This is outlined very, very clearly in the documentation from the biz. They have described it in huge detail, and they even have a third version of it, which is offline CDBCs, in case you're not connected, in case you're off the grid, where you can essentially communicate peer-to-peer through a phone app, and then it will get uploaded later to the blockchain. It's basically like Lightning Network. It's a layer 2, but I digress. So this is the critical distinction: the wholesale versus the retail CDBCs, right? The retail is for the plebs. that's going to be issued by the individual central bank, right? Right now there's 63 member central banks to the BIS. Each one of those 63 will issue their own, again, retail CDBC, and that will be used as domestic currency going forward. Now, on the wholesale basis, on the wholesale side, this is where the whole global centralization comes into play. Only wholesale CDBCs will be authorized to be used for foreign exchange transactions and global swaps, interest rate swaps, which is the largest market on the planet Earth. Foreign exchange is like a $7 or $8 trillion a day market. It dwarfs everything: gold, real estate, oil, you name it. It dwarfs them on a daily basis. That is where the prize is, and that is where they have total control. Again, the wholesale CDBCs will go through a central entity controlled by the BIS, and that is effectively, ironically, is basically they took the Uniswap code and forked it, and that is going to become the central hub for the global foreign exchange market, and that is going to be 100% controlled by the BIS and actually audited by Deloitte and Touche. They actually have the contract to monitor it. These components are already in place. The teams and the projects are already built. This is not the future. This is today. It just hasn't been implemented yet. I'll land it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hippie. Mr. Boyce. Or was it Jeremiah?
Yeah, I'll say
let's
no.
Voice.
Quickly. I didn't want to have to make it that long. I'll say quickly, okay? I just wanted to answer Miss Cornelia. Thank you so much. You've been so polite and kind to talk with us and entertain this conversation some. And seeing through it just a little bit, I want to answer that question. I know you might not like that answer, but I really want you to consider that when we talked about the interest and why I agree with Punisher. Analog would be a must. We might could have some digital, but analog has to be a must. Why? The interest. And the interest is you are talking to us. I said that part. We are the interest. In order to gain new interest, you eliminate the interest you have and bring in new interest. You make them born and you bring them in. That's generating a new data model that you can advertise to and give and, show a good hand to. The interest is talking to you. Thank you. And you are interest also.
Yeah, we're all interested.
I want to add to that, Mr. Voice.
Go.
We are the debt to the actual debt of the Corporation of America. So if we are the debt that pays the debt, aren't we null and void to everything that they add as a what do you call it?
Security. Security. I think it's security you are going for.
No, we are paying off that which we are in debt of, and that is the Corporation of America. We are their debt, but their debt literally pays us. Therefore, the corporation actually owes us as their debt to pay us off for its problems. Do y'all understand that?
Yeah.
Do you have the
corporation is bankrupt.
skuldmättnad, Cornelia?
Yeah, that is debt saturation. That's what I talked about, skuldmättnad. So that is not alltså ackumulerad räntekostnad. Det är två olika begrepp.
Accumulated interest cost. But Pan, I actually agree with your the way that you put it. with a person handing over to a stranger. So the bank account and so on. I can recognize that you are going to the root cause when you are saying that. I can recognize and I can comprehend that clearly. So this is just a matter of because money is in one word, money as we know it, it's in one word, it's trust. So this is the problem we have if we're gonna try to implement a new system, is that who are we going to trust this time? For sure, we know that the banksters that have been running this Ponzi scheme for a long time, they are not to be trusted because it is a bad system. So now we have to find out. Michael has some ideas about that as well, so we have to find out somehow, some way, a mix between digital and physical, and we need to keep a vigilant eye on the issuer of the currency in our respective countries and so on and so forth. And that is a hard nut to crack, actually. So I understand your approach, Pan, and this is the discussion we need to have. Who are we going to trust with this? Is it the military even? Should it be like that? People that actually are sworn in to protect the Constitution and so on and so forth. Maybe. Could it be some other function, as Mr. Voice was speaking to before, with the clerical thing? It might be. How do we scrutinize this? How do we keep this under control? These are the main questions, because we can see that there is a shift. The BRICS Bank is starting up. They will have a basket where countries that might not have that much gold and so on can put their natural resources into their so-called trade basket to be able to exchange over for trade outside the countries. And then pretty much the countries in the BRICS area or in the BRICS community, they will be responsible for their own currency inside their countries. There will be no supervision on that. It will be up to each country to make that work. That's sort of the main framework of the BRICS. So with that said, this is not easy, and I think we had a very good discussion here today. I really appreciate it. It's a good level of discussion, and we are also keeping it from being derailed and so on. Everybody is polite and putting out the points, even if we don't agree on everything. And of course, we have so for me, it makes us think, and it makes several hundred of people listening in, 300, 400, 500 people, something like that. It's very nice also to have some food for thought, and I really appreciate what we are doing here. So we have a couple of hands, and I would also like to hear from Liz. She was up here before, if not just to say hello, and then I can see the hands now. So Magnus, if you can help me out with that. So thank you, everybody. You've been great. This has been great.
It have been awesome. I have to admit, it have been wonderful. Liz dropped, sadly, but we have John's last hand here for this evening, I guess. John.
Thank you, guys. I know there's a lot to unpack here, and I really was not trying to be cryptic, but I was kind of having a little fun when I did this last night. So I put it up in the nest. If you look at this, you'll see the last image is the gold standard. And this is the the rate of exchange. So there is something called Operation Safe Haven. Okay, this is dealing with the Federation of States, the States of the Union, the original foundation and formation of our country, which has not gone anywhere, by the way. It may have changed. We may have been hijacked by a bunch of inland pirates. I don't dispute that for 1 second. We've been seeing that post 1865. But the fact of the matter is, it hasn't gone anywhere. America is America. Here it stands, the physical form as well as the dividing territories of the states. And so, needless to say, this is part of a reorganization. And so it's not, I shouldn't say reorganization. For standing purposes, as far as the states are concerned, the states have finally assembled for the first time in over 160 years. And so this standing has been recognized not only on the federal level, but internationally. And so I just want everybody to keep in mind that there's been some reclamation. There's been a lot. The IBA is in full liquidation. The ABA is still currently, American Bar Association, is still in current standing because they have to, because they are the ones that control the digital assets and hold in retribution of sorts. So I have another thread in there that I'm going to be putting together showing the international lien against the Bar Association as well as the ABA. I submitted that both on the Federal Registry, including international IBS, as well. So the Bank of Settlements is part of this liquidation settlement with the ABA. So I have a couple screenshots that I took, which is on my timeline just from today. And it highlights the $279 trillion, which is in part of the liquidation of the foreign IBA. So seeing as though they're in liquidation, and gold was reclaimed, as well as silver and other valuable assets, this all comes from the land, right? And so when we're talking about credit, the credit that was due ceased to exist, and here comes that date again, 1865. And so they stopped giving warrants out in reparations, 40 to 60 acre parcels for soldiers in war reparations, and they stopped doing that through the BLM. And so we have the Western and the Eastern District of the federal part that holds the land, because states can't own land and it can't be sold. So what that is telling us is that essentially is where our credit is derived from, the land, right? But it's in surety. So when you're talking about trusts and when you're talking about interests and insurance, it's in surety, right? So the whole premise of everything is based on a bunch of like billions of pieces of paper that don't mean shit, right? Because it's all been hijacked. So I just wanted to give a little add to that, because there are things that are definitely in play for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. I know, because I've been, like I said, I submitted that claim 1.5 years ago, and so this is all part of the reorganization on certain ends. But it is important that we all protect what we have right now until we can get some things corrected. Because at the end of the day, it is on us individually as people. Yes, we can come together as a group, but we have to, as a group, agree upon certain things. But it is up to us individually. Now, that isn't to disclude anybody internationally either, because this is international efforts being involved in this. When there was an international peace treaty that was literally signed and recognized both on, all 182, I believe, countries, it was recognized. So all of these mercenary conflicts and the ruse of a war is just bogus bullshit. And I think a lot of us know that. And I'm not saying that there aren't people being harmed and killed and so on and so forth. Yes, that's just, because these people are evil pieces of garbage. But what I am saying, though, is that there's more of us that are collectively working together. It's important for us individually to protect ourselves and our property, and then we can come together collectively. So I just wanted to add that because I'm going to put together a thread in the next day or two, which is going to break down some of the things that we can do to help protect ourselves. They've been, it's insane. I literally got booted out of 2 spaces in the last 2 days, and they don't want me to talk about any of this shit. Of course not. But I'm going to do my best to put a thread together quick, and I'm going to send it out to everybody as fast as I can, and then back channel too. So appreciate you guys. Thank you again for doing the space.
Thank
You
you, guys.
too.
Thank you,
Good
Jan.
to hear you speak here.
I think the host and the co-host, the moose is pretty much tired now. He's been standing on all 4 hoofs here for a long while. I can also see that Blue Ninja is coming up to serve us some hot pockets, and we give Blue Ninja a go at that, and then some famous last words from Miss Whitehat from Cornelia, who's have been the topic of today after her long hours, and also interview with Derek Johnson and so on. And Punisher, thank you for coming here. I really appreciate it. I hope that we can have some more talks and so on. Michael is onto something here with the discovery of Land Act and so on. We have some nefarious things to back in the day where from the British Crown or aka the Viking Crown back in the 1600s and so on, that I really want to share with you guys. It will give some context, I think, to that. So Cornelia, if you wait a little bit for a very nice person that is hanging around in these spaces and always spreading joy and wise words. Blue Ninja, welcome to this space, and you are in the last minute, so welcome.
Hey brother, how are you? Sorry, I've been busy doing local auction and kind of kicking out. Yeah, I got some hot pockets, but I'm not serving them. I got some monkeys and some giraffes and some elephants that is going to be delivering these hot pockets and popcorn, because there's a lot of things going on in this world. You know, brother, it's just not here in the U.S. It's just not in your country. It's everywhere. It's every place. What we're seeing is things slowly dripping out. We get rid of the cabal, which is, you know, if we can get rid of the pedophilia and all the crap that's done in the United States, we save U.S., we save the world, period. We're all working on it. Things are going to come to a head. It looks like the grass is greener because the house over here has got a tight grip on some balls, and it's pretty much clenching. We just got to keep on praying. We just got to put on the armor of God, and we just got to keep working together. I mean, the things that are happening right now in this world, this country, right now, we are living in biblical times. I mean, even though they're even going after the children. I think the border crisis, now Pun can probably step in and slap me with a blackjack or send one of my monkeys after me, but Pun, it's not about the border crisis. A lot of things going on. Every country has a border crisis. I don't think it's about the border crisis. I think it's about the children. If we save the children, we save the wars, we're going to be able to save our world. There's only one way. And I just did Pun. I just did Kekity Doodah stuff yesterday, and all I saw was, oh, hey, we busted a giant deal, a sex trafficking deal, and then I saw that they're going after Epstein log. So I basically posted, the Epstein log that, we have, and I gave it to the speaker and I tagged everybody else. But I think we're on the precipice. I think we're getting to the point. Here in the next 2 or 3 years, buddy, we're gonna talk about. Remember that one time when there was a pedophile elite group that ruled the world? and frogs kicked it in the dick. That's going to be, things are coming to a head, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, brother.
It's going to be epic. We are moving in the right direction. Just us speaking here today with all the point of views and so on. It's beautiful. We are learning from each other, and that's how we move forward. This is an enlightenment project. And with that said, thank you, Blue. And Cornelia, famous last words?
Yeah. I'm so delighted to speak with all of you guys. We come from different perspectives. We are, in the core of the deep state, and we can see actually the swamp being exposed every day, and that is this oligarch family that has controlled through everything that we need, the banking system, and the telecom system. So hear us out. Don't be. We want the same thing. We are not protecting this, cabal. We are fighting them every day together. We just have a different perspective, and we can follow each other and catch up later. This was the first time for me to speak with you about the CBDC, and I know it's a really hot topic, but we have to discuss it. I mean, what do we want for the future? I never said that this is only digital. I think we need a combination, and we have already seen the new dollar. So it's on the move. I think that the BRICS and the QFS, and I think it's pretty much mirrored already. I think it's up and running. I think this is just playing out for us to see and understand, and maybe challenge our values and our fears and our indoctrinations, all over the world. Thank you guys for tuning in to our Swedish, and please listen to my interview with Michael Ray Corey, and also my interview from today with Derek Johnson. Thank you so much.
And please tune in when the 15th this month, right? With the
The
Dr. Hopper.
with Dr. Jan Holper Hayes. We will do a live on the 15th, and then we will have a space after that. This after talk, after party
on Wednesday, Cornelia.
Yeah, at 12 o'clock CET, so Swedish time, Amsterdam time. So Stockholm time, Stockholm syndrome time at 12.
Oh yeah, more Boris syndrome time. Yeah.
Can I add one more thing, if that's okay? I mean, that sounds great. You guys are gonna have to send me a reminder.
Just kidding. Yeah, go.
Blue, these guys want to go to bed, bro.
I know. And I'm gonna end it with this. Look forward to that DM of remind me when this comes on, because I look forward to anything. But we never seen in our history, well, we have seen, but in a long time, I guess would be the right thing, that there was a serious subpoena against these guys. This is serious subpoenas. There's a lady that just threw out, since we're subpoenaing everybody, let's get Epstein's flight log. This is a way that we're going to get our country and our world back. It's happening, guys. Good night, guys. Thank you guys for the space. Sorry I kind of missed it, but I was talking to my daughter. So,
it's okay.
Said,
it is recorded.
Love you guys.
It is recorded, and for our Swedish audience that are not so familiar with Twitter, now called X, this is recorded and will be here for 30 days after this will be shut down. It will also be always on Cornelia Unfiltered's YouTube channel. Stay tuned there. We will also bring it up on, I guess, Mordor Spaces, our YouTube channel. So please tune up there.
Magnus, and MP3.
Yeah, and also in MP3 format that will be brought to you and laid out on our host's profile, I guess. So that's it for tonight. It's almost morning. Nah, it's not really, but it's very late. I've been running for, 6 hours now.
Since 12 o'clock.
Since 12 o'clock. We have been running for 13 hours. So kudos to all of you.
The time is Mordor time, 01:17. So we will end this space at the Q over 01. So stay safe, everybody. See you on the flip side. And thank you for participating. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to the host. Thank you to all of you people that have been listening in. Hopefully we can do this again. Special thanks to Pan, Cornelia, Jan, Jeremiah. It's been a pleasure. It's been a joy. And thank you, Blue. And Magnus, famous last words.
Peace, love, and overstanding. Take care. Bye.